Selectmen's meeting of the Town of Essex Select Board for Monday, October 21st to order. First up, agenda additions or changes. Anything from staff?
None from staff.
Anything from the board? Okay, no need to approve the agenda as it stands. Item 4, public to be heard. Public to be heard is a time for members of the public to address the select board on items that are on the consent agenda or items that are not on the actual agenda. So if you're in the room, you can raise your physical hand. If you're online, you can raise your virtual hand. You can do that by clicking the reaction or react button toward the middle, and then an option to raise your hand will appear. I did see.
I don't mean to interrupt, but is Kendall still on with us? Because we weren't sure he could even hear us before.
He is
Okay.
showing up online, yes.
Thank
Kendall,
you.
can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting to come over here. Sorry, thank you.
And I did see a hand in the room for public comment.
Ready for me?
Yes. Come on up, introduce yourself, and have at it.
I am Ken Signorello, a town resident, speaking to you today as a town resident. So I mentioned this at the last meeting, at the homepage for the website. When you scroll down to the calendar, currently, 2 weeks ago, or when the last meeting was, if it was 2 weeks ago, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, and this morning, it says, for October, there are no published events in the current month. Now, I know better than that. I know that that's not accurate. So I click on the various things you can click on, like view all events, meetings and notices. I can dig in and I can eventually get to what I'm looking for. But the average Joe would believe this. I think this is a real problem. I mean, the town website is now an official place of notice, just like the bulletin board. And the town meeting, like, double checked it. A person who doesn't know any better needs to be able to know that there are, in fact, meetings in October. It says exactly to the contrary at the moment. I printed out a handful of these just so you can see it for yourself. It's pretty plain as day. I think this needs to get fixed ASAP. I'm in the software business. I don't think this is a problem with the software. I think there's some default settings that need to be set for the default calendar on the homepage. Probably that's all it is. Pretty minor thing, but it needs to get fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Ken, thank you, and I'll work with our IT team to get that updated. Please, if you notice this before the meeting, please let us know as soon as possible so we can get it fixed and get the word out.
2 weeks ago.
I know, and I thought it was fixed. If it wasn't, helps to know.
Copy and show it to somebody.
Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room or online? Yes.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Jackson, over on Brigham Hill Road, town resident. I drive past the intersection right in front of Jules every day. I think there is a big opportunity missed by that not connecting, where they just put in all that new underground utilities to making that into sidewalk and trails. And I hope that when we do future projects like that in the future, we can see the opportunity of not digging things twice and making a more established trail network in our community. I think we're really proud of the good trails and different things we have, and I think it'd be great if we could make connections and the community more accessible as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. David, if you're not frozen.
I think.
David, you have your hand up?
His microphone is muted.
If you're talking, you're muted.
He's in a train.
David, while you try to unmute yourself, we're gonna move along to Lorraine.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Am I being heard? This may not work. Hello?
David, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Wonderful.
we can.
I'm going to make this brief because I'm on an Amtrak train and it's not going to be easy. I David Scopin, and I wanted to apologize to the select board members. I kind of landed you with a TED talk that was very heavy, and I've been in this for many years, and it was heavy for me also, but I was at least prepared for it. So I greatly appreciate those of you who have listened to it, given it thought, and I'm sure that to some extent, some of you have found it very upsetting. I want you to know that I'm not going to leave you. We're all in this together, and I think that as a group, collectively, in a collaborative effort, we can do things that I think are excruciatingly necessary. So with that, I will leave the meeting and let you get back to. And I'll enjoy the low country of South Carolina from the train. But thank you very much for letting me speak. Greatly appreciated it. And if I know how to get out of this thing, I'll mute and leave you all. Thanks again.
Thank you, David. Safe travels. Next up, I see Lorraine Zaloom.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. I had stopped asking, but a long time ago. I think the last time I saw this was 2021. We used to have an interactive incident mapping from the police department, and I see on the new website it's still there, but it's not working. Is there a way we can find out why it's taking so long and when we can have that back? Thanks.
Lorraine, I'm not sure the answer, but I can look into that.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see MJSS.
Hi, sorry, I'm not sure why it comes up like that. This is Margaret Smith. And I just wanted to also let you know that just before the meeting, when I was looking at the website, I also saw a totally blank calendar. And it was also quite tricky to get in. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. I don't see any other hands online. I don't see any other hands raised in the room. So with that, we will move along to the consent agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make the motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second? Thank you, Don. There is no discussion on consent. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Our first business item, interview possible appointment of a volunteer to serve on the Economic Development Commission. Is Igor with us this evening? Come on up. A new face.
Folks.
Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the position.
My name is Igor Polinov. I've been a resident of Essex for about 7 years. I live on Chapin Road. I'm a half a mile just north of the Orchard on the same side. I've been thinking of getting more involved in the community and actually volunteered to for the cleanup of the Indian Brook Reservoir, and I met some folks who are here who were talking to me in my interest, and they said there's a vacancy and maybe I'm interested to apply. And I think, you know, as a local businessman and a community member who wants to be involved, I think it'd be a good opportunity for me. And I also saw somebody else involved in that yesterday, completely randomly, socially, and she told me a little more about it. And I'm still very interested.
That's a good sign.
And you know, my business is real estate, so I do have experience in development and, you know, in dealing with zoning. And you know, you know, if you guys have some questions, hopefully let me know.
Okay, I'll turn it over for board questions.
Me? All right, so I was gonna ask you what some of your interests were, but you gave me that. So my question is gonna be more towards, have you attended, I don't know when the last EDC meeting was, pardon me for that, but have you attended any of the EDC meetings, and are you familiar with what their involvement is in the community?
I have not. the only thing about involvement I said is I've learned in the past couple of weeks for the members I've talked to, but I haven't attended a meeting yet.
Awesome. I think I'm good.
So you know what the EDC does. How would you expect them to help area businesses? Or what can you do if you become a member of the EDC to help area businesses?
Well, for example, something I discussed with one of the members, they told me that they want to be working on perhaps easing up some of the zoning requirements, maybe creating variances to bring more opportunities for daycare for children. And like I said, I definitely know, I know how to work with zoning. I know the process, through being a realtor. And I know quite a bit about daycare, not only as a dad, but I'm also on the board for a daycare, which is not in Essex, but I do know about daycare and how they deal with towns. The particular one I work with is in Jericho.
And I have two. My second question would be, how do you handle conflict? If someone on EDC doesn't agree with what you want to do, how would you deal with it?
I'm willing to talk about it calmly. It's part of my business. It's what I do all day. I resolve conflict. Professional
Thank you.
experience in that.
Kendall, I don't want to call you out, but understanding you're online, I don't want to forget about you. Do you have any questions?
I would just ask if Igor has any particular area where he thinks the economy of Essex could be improved.
Think about it. I think we have a pretty balanced town. I cannot think of a particular problem right now. I don't have any grievances. I'm not trying to get into a committee to resolve some kind of a grievance. I just want to help and be involved.
Thank you.
All right. So, Igor, in your own words, what does it mean to you to be a public servant?
I think it is, listening to the community needs and, trying to use my professional life experience to further the community needs. Impartially.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Understanding that you are a business owner within the Essex community, do you feel that that presents any conflict of interest? And if you did, how would you deal with that?
I don't believe it presents a major conflict of interest. I think, being a local businessman, it's not, I don't own like a big development company that's, out there to get a town bid. I just help people with houses. So I'm not a major business, so I don't think there'd be a major conflict of, interest. And I think maybe, if there was some kind of a discussion of something that, we were involved in and where it would, some kind of a, improvement or change would reflect my business, it'd probably be appropriate for me to mention that, my opinion might be biased, but I think in most cases, my business is irrelevant, to my potential public service.
Thank you. Last questions from the board, or are we all set? Okay, last question I have is, do you have any questions for us?
No.
Okay. I will offer it to the board. Would anyone like a motion, or do we want to discuss in executive?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Make the motion that the Town of Essex Selectboard appoint Igor Polonov to the Economic Development Commission. I'm trying to find a term here. I'm gotta get the memo. Apologize. Can I just say the remaining vacant seat?
There are 2 vacancies.
Okay.
Right now. I'm also trying
Mine's
to pull it up
loading
and
here.
figure
Hold
out how long they're available.
Okay.
June 30th of 2026 and June 30th of 2027.
Okay. That we appoint Igor to one vacant seat for a full 3-year term expiring June 30th, 2027.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, John, for the second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Welcome.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
And you can thank Ken for getting you into it, not us.
Thanks. Well, I want to stay for as long as I can to listen, but I do have to pick up my son at some point, so I'll be at some point I will leave. Don't take me as being rude. Thank you, folks.
Not at all. Thank you very much. We also have a discussion with the Planning Commission. There are members of the Planning Commission here. If they could come forward.
Back up. Actually, he just showed up. I'm not sure who he is.
Make sure my mic is off.
Part of our annual official check-in with committees and commissions, so I welcome the two of you here this evening. Do you want to give an update on things that you're currently working on, things that you might need assistance with, and then we'll just morph into questions that the board may have for you for updates.
I think I'm Dustin Brusso, current chair of the Planning Commission. This is Ian Carroll, one of the newer Planning Commission members, so he brings a new perspective to the table. Don't really want to engage a whole lot on what a long-term plan is right now. The primary focus, beyond getting through any applications that are in the pipeline now, is preparing for the shift in scope and focus of the Planning Commission that begins on January 1. So we're waiting for the determination of the membership of the DRB and the ultimate membership of the Planning Commission, so we can meet and those two future commissions can develop their rules of operating procedures and the scope and so forth. So I think that's the primary thing on the table. As always, zoning, subdivision, town plans, that is all also on the table. It's a constant process. That at least that scope will not be changing. I believe we are gearing up to having a single set of regulations instead of two. We have zoning and we have subdivision. We're moving forward. We're looking to have a single combined set of regulations. So it's a single source of truth. Should simplify efforts both for the future DRB and the Planning Commission as we're looking at things as a whole. So this might be a good segue to engage in with you folks as well. Is there thoughts that you have as far as what you might have on your event horizon with regards to the Planning Commission?
Board questions, discussion?
Me first? All right.
Ethan, you're always first.
I'll go first. Well, really, because this is perfect, because I stumbled upon this today, and I've been the one asking the question all the time. But the DRB resolution says, as we all was passed by the town and signed by the select board, that there is only allowed to be up to one member that can be an alternate.
Alternate.
Yeah. So there can only be one member who can possibly serve on both boards.
No, that's not what
I
that
don't think that's what that means.
No?
An alternate on the Planning Commission
They can't
will
have-
sit in and vote if a regular voting member is not present.
I think there's a change. The alternate can go with the DRB, and there could be multiple alternates on the DRB if the DRB chooses to go that route. The Planning Commission loses its opportunity to have an alternate. On January 1, there will be no alternate on the Planning Commission at that point, as I understand the structure from the state. The DRB can have us alternates assigned, Planning Commission will not. So we currently have an alternate on the Planning Commission, and that will go away.
So that honor before January 1st, as soon as the last current application comes to an end at the stage that it's in, that would trigger the activation, so to speak, of the DRB, and then that alternate would move from the Planning Commission to the newly official DRB.
Ah. Okay. Well, I'm glad I brought it up because I read it wrong. I was like, oh, I think I found the answer, but that's not the answer I was looking for, is it?
No, we have, I mean,
Still to be resolved.
well, resolution, there is no resolution per se as far as the
Yeah,
planning commission
right.
goes. They just, the alternate goes away. As of January 1, there's no alternate ability to have an alternate on the planning commission. The DOB can have new words, new mouth, can have alternates,
But the planning commission.
but not the planning commission.
Okay.
So I think the biggest immediate items that we're looking at right now are the rules of procedure, operating procedures that the planning commission is going to operate under, and the DRB. Right now, it's a single document, but the functions are going to be separated in some cases. So we need new documentation. In my mind, and I'll probably try to get concurrence from the rest of the commission soon. We only have a few more meetings left, actually. One of the very first things will be basically a meeting to select officers and also confirm the rules of procedure that we're going to be following. Because it will be different, so there'll be a new environment. You had a few things in the list of questions, and this is one of the things I thought that Ian may be able to comment on. Is you talked about the stipends, the effectiveness on the stipends of were they valuable in selecting and keeping members on the commission? And I don't really think I can answer that. I've been at this long enough that the stipend is somewhat irrelevant. It's a nice little piece of candy, but I thought maybe this would be something Ian as a new person. Ian, you've already spoken.
Oh, I'm Ethan.
But Ian, maybe you respond to that because
Yep.
you came in and it was there in existence when you started, and you may be able to describe
Sure.
how meaningful it is.
Sure, happy to. I had no idea that there was a stipend that was even available until after I'd already started, and somebody let me know. I'm like, wow, that's nice. But it's not the reason for, and I don't see it being a reason for anybody volunteering for DRB or Planning Commission. It is a nice, helpful piece when you're spending a few hours away from your family, once, twice a month, to that effect. Or if you're lucky enough to be on a couple different committees, then more than that. But it is not a driving factor, at least to my knowledge. And I think most of the commissioners that I work with would probably feel the same.
It's frankly, it's a low enough amount that it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's nice to have, but I was on the commission, been on the commission for a couple decades without a stipend, and doesn't change the scope. It doesn't make me feel like I can work more.
Right.
It's a nice to have.
The premise of volunteer is volunteering, so.
Thank you for that input. Other questions?
Do you have questions before I ask another one?
Well, some of the other things you mentioned, I'll jump in.
Go ahead.
I don't like that air. You'd asked about what's working on the commission. What works on the commission, what maybe we could do differently, or what maybe the select board could help with. As far as helping with, I don't know that there's a whole lot. I mean, this is a good step. As I personally would like to see a more formal communication structure established for going forward. Expectations, not necessarily that thou shall meet this much and thou shall do this, but more like this is our expectations on communications between the PC, the select board, the DRB, so forth. Obviously allow for some interpretations, but I think clear expectations of sharing of the information, how, when, and what really would be helpful. And it could be memorializing that the minutes of each meeting will be shared across all groups, or something as simple as that. But I think that's one area that would be helpful. We want to know what's going on. We're going to be introducing. I'm monopolizing.
Go
so
ahead.
jump in
No,
if you have
go ahead.
anything. We're going to be separating the functionality of the development review and the planning initiatives. That's going to be both a positive and a challenge, because currently the group that's doing the planning and rules and regulation updates and so forth, has knowledge of, has direct and immediate knowledge of the planning reviews, what works in those reviews, what doesn't work in those reviews. So we need to have a solid mechanism on how challenges at the development review can be communicated back to the planning commission and or the select board. You know, are we running into issues with sewer capacity? Are we running into issues with X, with Y? Planning can't operate in a vacuum, so we need to know where the select board is putting up solid walls or open doors. And same thing with the DRB. They need to be able to communicate out what's working, where are we running into obstacles on every review? Why can't we get more housing in here? What's holding us up? Or what's saving us? I mean, they're just, I think there needs to be some clear expectations on communication strategies or expectations on deliverables.
If I could piggyback on that, I think it's helpful if there's a strong likelihood that there'll be folks that are both on Planning Commission and DRB, and that's helpful to have that information back and forth, but that's not the same thing as having franked communications between the two sides as well, so.
And I guess from for the both of you, would your preference be for that to be in more of a reading file, hey, this came up, coming to an official meeting, having joint meetings, or, excuse me, chairs, vice chairs getting together to just have a free-flowing conversation, or a combination of a few of those? What do you feel would
Any
work
and all
best?
of the above.
Okay.
To me, it would be almost as if you're setting creating an incident report. You know, if you're on the DRB, we've run into a problem with a particular application. We feel it's a regulation issue that needs to be addressed, then we can potentially write up the DRB could submit a report to the select board and the planning commission, said this was an event, we feel that this is worth review. Obviously, select board does not dictate to the planning commission what to do, and that's not the point. But it is identifying elements that might need to have in-depth communication. For example, you know, there was a point when we were working on the ETC Next plan. There were elements that were never going to be achievable. And the only way that was able to be communicated back was actually due to presentation and communication back from the select board and the public works. It allowed some review during that ETC Next plan process, which was interesting, but it allowed that to sort of adjust and keep a little bit of reality. I mean, planning is a future look. It's not necessarily limited to the today. You're reaching for tomorrow. But if something is never going to be happening, why invest and drive down a dead end road if you're not going to be able to make that connection? So I think establishing expectations on communication, the content, understanding what the barriers or the restrictions are legislatively. You know, select board, would not expect the select board to send a memo to the planning commission says don't approve any more of this because you're not going to get any more sewer. That's a discussion that exists. I mean, we might approve something, and then it goes to the select board for somebody to ask for more sewer. We're not looking to have that stopped. But I think understanding where things are going back and forth. In some degrees, the Public Works presentation, when they do their capital review in the past, Dennis used to give us a very exhaustive description of what was coming and why it was coming and where it was affecting. And that was good for a planning initiative to know what was on the event horizon for Public Works. So you could start gearing some of the regulation changes to support the larger Public Works projects that were in the works and had been in for some time. So again, a style of communication. What, where, how, who, all open for interpretation. But I don't think it should be do it if you want it. I think it should be do it. And then we figure out how to make it work. And it's going to take a while to find out what's actually needed, what's reasonable, and what's effective.
And I don't want to speak for the full select board, but we have had a conversation previously around understanding that the planning commission does pull its authority directly from statute. You know, there has been some discussion around select board members attending planning commission, CBA meetings. From the two of your perspective, to have that be a method or a mode of receiving information, communication, would you see, and I don't know how else to phrase this, so pardon me for just being blunt, but would you see that as an encroachment on your statutory authority should select board members attend your meeting in a listening capacity?
I think the effectiveness of that would be limited. I think that there's both, you know, a select board member can, anybody can attend one of the meetings, right? So if the select board, if you as a body say, we want to have somebody on the meetings, you know, unofficially, that's your perspective, and that's for the way that you might gather information. But it doesn't necessarily address or put a responsibility on the planning commission to share that information out. What is it that the planning you've asked one of your questions, what works for you, what doesn't work for you? So to have, again,
No, go ahead. I rely on your expertise.
It's limited. To have the select board pull the questions is less effective than having the commissions, either the planning or the DRB or economic development, push that information out and provide that information, because you would be seeing, as a select board member, you would be seeing what is maybe significant to you as the select board, but not what's significant and what maybe the underlying current on the planning commission. And I'll keep mentioning the DRB as well, because it's an unknown entity. You know, it's unknown at this stage what level of output engagement is going to be appropriate there. So I think it's probably less necessary to have somebody attend in a semi-official manner, because it's going to be a unidirectional sort of pull.
Yep.
More likely would be some sort of report mechanism, and the report mechanism could be something in the minutes, and it could be memorialized in the structure of the agendas or anything that we want to call out for the planning commission, the DRB. I mean, it could be just an agenda item that then is communicated via the distribution of the minutes. Could be something as simple as that.
Right, and I'm gonna step back because I'm starting to solution in my brain. I professionally, I tell people all the time, don't solution it. Just, you know,
That's
So
why I'm just trying to say, I think the idea is that we need to have an expectation of a structured communication strategy. How's that for buzzwords? I don't work in IT.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Nope. No, I didn't see your arm. Go ahead.
Sorry,
You're
I
first.
have two.
I already talked.
Given that your workload would be reduced with the establishment of the DRB, would you consider reducing the planning committee or recommend reducing the number of the planning committee from 7 to 5? Yes or no?
No.
Why?
So I don't think it's not a frequency of meeting. It's not, the numbers aren't there to support the meetings. The numbers are there to, in my mind, to have a better representation of the community. And the more that you have, obviously up to a point, but the more that you have, the more opportunity you would have to have multiple viewpoints there. You have a greater amount of discussion, you have greater opportunity for input, and it's not just the same 5 or 4 people that would be in it. And if you have 7, then people can miss, and you're not completely, you're not burdening the ones that are there.
And my second question, are there any budget requests for fiscal year 2026?
Not prepared to answer that.
Thanks.
That would be more of a Catherine discussion at this point, I believe.
Oh, it's just one of the questions.
Understood.
Bring the information, so.
You guys, nobody's trusted me with a checkbook before, so.
Okay, thank you.
Ethan?
Oh, Don stole one of mine.
Oh, I'm
I had the budget one on there in my head, but you sparked a new question because, and also the conversation that ensued. But, I think, and I've only ever attended 2 planning commission meetings in my existence here in Essex, and I just happened to be on the select board for both of them. But I was just a person. I don't know if it's a person of interest. I wasn't a property owner, but I was a property manager with farming. And I
You
think
attended a very interesting one, to be frank, pardon the interruption, but
oh, the second one.
actually the process was a pretty long process.
Oh, right.
And it was, you were engaged in a couple of the different meetings, but it was a very collaborative and very positive process in the long term.
But my point is I think that it's going to be very messy, I would say, to have the select board in a select board manner with the planning commission. And one time I did it, I thought correctly, and then the other time I thought I did it correctly again. I was wrong both times. But the first time I went to the planning commission, I was like, hey, I know I'm on the select board, but I'm a farmer, and I hay this piece of land. I'm here as a farmer, right? Well, Dustin was like, don't say that. So I was like, okay, don't say that. So the second time I went, I just didn't say anything. And somebody was like, you should say that you're on the select board. And I'm like, okay. So I think to muddy the water any more than it is already, I know other select board members have been neighbors, abutting property owners, things like that. I think that the process of us being citizens in the town of Essex already and being involved in that is already like, so it feels wrong, but you're have the rights as every other citizen does when you're in that situation, when you're listed as somebody as part of the plan. But I think if we went in any direction of us listening there, then it's like, okay, well, we always said, the hat thing, right? We always joke about the hat thing, but it's like, at what point can you carry 4 hats? You kind of just have to let them, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, but let them do their thing, let us do our thing, and if on legal paper that, meets all of our requirements, if we are considered somebody who pertains to the application, and my, personal opinion and best understanding of the law, we have every right to attend and participate in that. So I would just hate to lose any of those rights by making it a mess. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense.
Ethan,
but
if I may, you and Kendall also attended, for other hearings, and the point, and personally, I feel you did it more correctly the second time by clearly just identifying yourself as an interested party. You were a tenant farmer. Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
You identified yourself in that way. The first time it was a little more awkward because it really was I'm a select board member,
right,
and there's no written directions on how to do that,
right,
and so I think you did well to do. You took a course of action that you thought was right, and I don't think it was wrong. It just put emphasis on the fact that you were a select board member. And the contrast, the second time when you were there, you represented yourself as a farmer.
No other.
You work that land, and that's what you were presenting as a perspective. It's an awkward position, and Kendall also presented himself well when the times I think he attended for 2 different sessions as well. And it's awkward. You are a member of the town. You do have a right to speak.
Right.
So I think in relation to, Tracy, what you're asking about attending in an observatory fashion, I think that's probably going to be overly challenging to embrace in a semi-official way because of the need to separate the two. Again, not trying to create a solution right now. Really, I'm looking for an expectation of communication. And it could be completely, like I said, it could be an agenda item. What do we want to alert the select board and or the DRB and or whomever? What are the external communications we want to foster out of this particular meeting? Something, it could be, again, it could be as easy as that, or it could be more complex with a yearly meeting or a 6-month meeting of the chairs, along those lines.
That's a good question to ask. Do you find the coffee with the chairs to be helpful? If you had any,
I haven't had a chance to
Yeah,
participate. Again, meetings outside of my second and fourth Thursday of the month are somewhat challenging. Mondays is I'm an instructor, and I passed the class off to somebody else tonight to be here for this. and it's not, it's, you know, nights are structured sometimes, so it's harder to add more in. Again, that's why I think if we set an expectation, it's not something we're just gonna add on the fly, but if we have an expectation of, pick a number out of the air, right? The second Monday of every third month, once a quarter. Second Monday, you know, the second Monday of the quarter, there's a combined meeting. It could be a half an hour session right here. So anyways, again, logistics can be worked out if we agree that that the opportunity for communication is important.
Andy, Kendall, any
Good.
items for discussion?
I might just mention that I've become very fond of the quarterly reports that the staff and some commissions are producing, and I find that very effective.
Okay. I might suggest we do this, or this be done in, say, April or May, after the boards have been in place for a few months. That might
You mean
be-
after budget season, after voting?
before the beginning of the fiscal year, you know, before the calendar year starts, because if there's a whatever time frame, you know, the informal touch base as far as everything's still working, because as far as I understand it, we proposed one day a month, one meeting a month for each DRB and PC to begin with, and to determine whether or not that load is appropriate and needs to be increased. So, you know, it's gonna, you know, does there need to be give and take on that? And to your question, Don, about do we need to drop the number of members? What's working? What's not working? So, that's all.
All right.
Ian?
I'm good, thanks.
I've been working on overcoming my shyness in public. It's you know, it's a struggle.
Well, I don't hear any discussion coming
right.
from the board, and if you don't have anything else, I want to thank you both for your time.
Sure. Okay.
And your ideas, and we'll be seeing more of each other.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. Same sort of discussion with Conservation and Trails Committee, thank you.
Bring up another chair. Grab another chair.
Whole crew.
I brought the whole crew. So online, I believe we have 2 members as well. Can we confirm that? I think we have Dwayne and Betsy.
Yes.
Any others? So that constitutes a quorum. So don't ask us to do any conservation and trails business. Let me introduce who we have here. This is Shannon Jackson. He is my vice chair. I'm Ken Signorello. I'm the chairperson. We have Steve, one of our members. Dwayne, who's online, he's our clerk. And Betsy Dunn, you all know, and she's just a member. You have specific questions. I'll rifle through them as quickly as I can. Stipends, they're appreciated. They do help a few people attend meetings. They do not incentivize people to join. Budget request, we're a committee. We don't have a budget of our own. However, we have talked to 2 departments and advised them of items to include in their budget for fiscal year 26. What is working? One of the things that I've tried to do in our committee, since we have 9 members and we have long agendas and a limited amount of time and a staff member that has to travel, I've tried to use as much as possible Robert's Rules of Order to try to keep things moving along quickly. We don't discuss things unless there's a motion on the table in general, unless there's an action item, of course. Reports we take in, and there are questions. We try to keep things moving along quite a bit. If you look at any of our minutes, you see they're quite long, and we managed to get through in about 2 hours. I think that helps a lot. But that's working well. We actually, in our last meeting, had 9 action items, 15 updates, and we managed to get through that in 2 hours. What can be improved? I heard Dustin talk about communications, and that certainly is something that that we're interested in as well. I feel as though occasionally we work on something for many months, finally we present something to the select board and it's like the first time you're hearing about it, even though we've had a staff member in our meetings for all that time as well. So I think there might be some issue there. And the last time you heard from us in this capacity was on December 23rd. And hasn't been quite a year, but once a year I don't think is enough. And I think that what I had tested out, I give you a sample of what it might be like to have a committee chairperson come and give you a brief 1-minute talk at the beginning of once a month, at the beginning of a meeting, just what happened at the last meeting sort of thing. I thought that was effective. Apparently not. And I think that was a good idea and might be something to consider. Let's see. Another example of issues that can be improved. We are in our mission, we serve to advise. We advise the select board and the planning commission, which I think we do. We certainly advise the planning commission, and you've gotten advice from us recently. But it doesn't work in the other direction. I think that can be improved. A great example is on Thursday, the planning commission is going to be presenting to the public revised zoning regulations. I didn't know. And we're supposed to be advising the planning commission. I would have thought they might have asked what we thought about that, as an example. That pretty much covers more. Yep, that's basically it for your questions. I'm going to rifle through now things that we did since December, things that we're doing, and things that we plan to do. I was going to limit it to 3 each, but there were too many good things to leave out. So I'm going to just be very brief. If you need any embellishment on any of these, you need to interrupt me and say more or something like that. So I will do that. Otherwise, it's going to be very terse and very brief. We have members online here that can answer specific questions on items that you might have interested in. So, things that we've done so far since December. We proposed an MOU with the Center for Technology to establish a tree nursery at the high school. We submitted a conservation fund application for the River Road parcel. We advised Public Works on their fiscal year 26 tree removal, replacement, and tree nursery costs. We advised Parks and Recreation on a Matthew Forest Trail relocation cost. We celebrated Arbor Day with a tree planting at Essex Middle School. I hope you've all seen that tree. We have done trail maintenance both in the spring and fall at Indian Brook and invasive species removals. We wrote a memo to V-Trans about the culvert under 289 that they were planning to fix. It was degrading. We advised the Planning Commission on 19 developments. We put in a pollinator garden at Prairie Field. We contributed content to the annual report. We manned the booth at the town meeting and Explore Essex. We established our work plan for fiscal year 25. I believe you have a copy of that. We changed our meeting time to 6 o'clock to try to relieve our staff member who has to drive all the way to Waterbury. We were holding him pretty late, so we moved up our meeting a little bit to try to make that a little bit easier for him. We had 1 resignation and 1 expiration. Both are filled. All 9 members of our committee are present. Things we are doing. So we are overseeing that trail relocation I mentioned at the Matthew Forest. If you don't know anything about it, there was an issue with the trail from Tanglewood. We're fixing that. We are assisting staff in establishing a boat launch at the Winooski River parcel that we talked about. We are assisting staff with the setup of the tree nursery at the high school. That will be that'll produce trees that'll be replacing trees that are going to be dying from the emerald ash borer mostly, but also it'll be introducing preferred species around town. We are engaged in a comprehensive town-wide trail mapping. That's ongoing. Dwayne, who's online, is working on that. We are tracking time now, both staff and volunteer time, to help us regain our Tree City status. We are preparing a Vermont Urban Community Forest Program grant application, which would help fund the tree nursery. Even though it is in the budget, we hope to be able to supplant that with a grant anyway. That's things we are doing. Now, things that we're planning to do. We plan to put in a new pollinator garden at Indian Brook. That's that little triangle where you first pull in that was just recently cleared. We think it would be a good pollinator garden there. We're going to reestablish the Trail Caretakers Program. We are going to be sort of overseeing, reviewing the forest management plan that's going to be executed at Indian Brook. That'll start this summer and then next winter. We're going to celebrate the 2025 Arbor Day celebration. We haven't decided where yet, however. We are going to conduct a survey of town residents to produce a list of which resources the Conservation Fund should be used to protect. That is our charge. Did not know about that until recently, but we're going to do it. We are planning to regain our Tree City status. We plan to participate in the Act 171 compliance outreach. We plan to work with the Energy Committee to consider some zoning regulation revisions. We plan to update the town tree policy. And finally, we plan to revise our mission statement. It's technically in error at the moment, but we've talked about it a bit, and I think we're going to come to you with a more significant set of changes other than just correcting the errors. We are going to be proposing that we become a commission with some specific, a small budget and some specific authority, possibly having some joint responsibility for the Conservation Fund, the ability to apply for grants, things like that. I think that covers it. Your turn.
I'm impressed you did that with 9 people. Actually, you didn't have 9 for the whole year. That's amazing.
And that's since December.
Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Second.
Ditto.
I have no questions left.
You know-
Yes, he took everything.
No, now that you say that, let me just give some credit to my members. I'm really lucky to have these active members that bring things to be done instead of having to push them. They are active. In fact, it's challenging to manage. I'm not into management. I'm a doer, not a manager, so it's a challenge for me. Very, very lucky. And I thank you for appointing the folks that we have. That's what makes things happen. I just make sure that, things are staying on track.
Which he does very well.
Yes.
Thank you guys very much for your hard work.
Questions? So Shannon, earlier you mentioned the missed opportunity at Old Stage and Route 15.
Mm-hmm.
Ken, you just mentioned not knowing about the updated
Things that are going to be happening.
Right, for Thursday for the Planning Commission.
Yeah, if we had been apprised earlier.
What do you see as the potential solution or solutions to resolve that?
I mean, I think it goes into what the previous commission was speaking about, in that just having prior knowledge. It's communication is key in any project and anything, and obviously we're trying to do a lot, but it's also when it was known by the town probably for at least a year that project, specifically on Route 15 and Old Stage, was going to happen, and it literally went from a trail exit as it comes out of the neighborhood and enters over by like CVS, that cross area, and there's a crosswalk, and the whole part of Old Stage does have a trail network. You could have easily just connected it, made a nice walking loop that'd be about a mile long. We would have loved, and I personally think it would have been great if we had been apprised by either our staff member or the Planning Commission coming as a guest speaker saying, hey, we're about to do this. This is an opportunity to you, and letting us know what's happening. We would love to look for the low-hanging fruit first before we, as I know we've talked to Greg in numerous meetings, send extra work to you that's not necessarily on your radar. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that members of the committee would really love to see accomplished, but I think if we focus our energies as a collective town together, and all the committees and all the commissions and the staff work together to accomplish all of our goals, we could do just that. So I would just say communication, and saying like, hey, here's the larger picture. How can we do trails? How can we conserve? How can we do X, Y, and Z? It's just sad to see, such a the grass is mowed. It almost looks like a path right now, and it's
a lost opportunity.
Yeah, and maybe it's not. Maybe next year they're going to be putting in additional gas line or something. We could come back and do it then, and just do a quick, asphalt strip or something.
Great.
A good example was when V-Trans came to the select board. I happened to be here, and they were talking about the culvert repair.
Mm-hmm.
And I brought it to the committee and say, hey, maybe we should think about making this a wider, greater, busier thing. We can advise, it could be ignored, but at least we had the opportunity, and we gave the entity that's doing the work the opportunity to do something more than just what they were planning.
And I think the staff does a very good job in bringing development reviews to us.
That works.
And that works. And if there could be even a section of that portion of our meeting where it's, hey, these are some street projects that are happening, or these are, future plans, it could be an opportunity where we could think about that. Most properties on certain, highways and different things in the community have easements that are set aside, not being used, but are for a future trail network. And especially if those areas are being worked on, it'd be great to be able to, at least talk about it.
You can't advise without awareness.
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you. Kendall, do you have anything?
I am all set, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everything you do.
Betsy Dunn's
Oh,
hand is up.
sorry. Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you. It could be the communication, as Dusty was saying, is really critical. And it could only take a slight call or an email to Ken and say, hey, we're going to do this next month. And so these are the 2 days that we're meeting, and we're going to do it probably this first Tuesday or the first Thursday or the fourth Thursday. I don't know. But I think it would be really easy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Lorraine, your hand is up.
Well, it was up for the DRB PC, but I didn't know if public could comment on those because you didn't say anything. Is it okay to comment on the previous? It wasn't open to the public to comment?
Since we missed your hand, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a couple things how are we doing finding volunteers for 7 and 7?
We have 7 applicants for the DRB, and the Planning Commission terms will continue since that isn't a change in their membership, that those will remain as is.
So the reason I bring up the question is because one of my concerns, to tail off Chair Brusso, is to bring his finer point home. The concern that he mentioned was to make sure that we have more voices coming to the table. And if we have the same voices on the DRB that are on the Planning Commission, that's a missed opportunity to me to expand the voices if the point of having 7 and 7 is to have a variety of voices. Also, another concern to me is one of the things I see happening when someone potentially on different committees, commissions serve for a long time, and we're not developing someone to take on someone else's place, just like we do in business, we can run into problems if something happens to that person who seems to be the leader or the expert or whatever. So to me, how are we constantly developing someone to take on chair roles? Especially with something like a planning commission and a DRB. And is that something that we'll try to integrate into policy? And thirdly, one of the impetus for the petition drive was to create oversight and to separate DRB and planning. And so if we have a huge overlap, I think that defeats some of the purpose of what the petition was for and what the intent of the petition was about. So I just want to hear some thoughts on those 3 things, actually.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have the members of the Planning Commission in the room any longer. The Select Board hasn't taken action on the makeup of the DRB for the applicants, but I do expect that there will be a robust discussion when we get to that point.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At this point, I'll call for public comment for the Conservation and Trails Committee presentation, if there is any. Seeing none, thank you for everything that you have done and
for the
continue
time.
to do.
Thank you.
You guys.
Oh, Lorraine, did you have, is that a leftover?
No, it's a new, new one.
Okay.
I just want to thank, sorry about that. I didn't know if you were going to ask again or not, but I just want to thank them all for their work. They're doing terrific work. And also just to go back to some of the overlap in integration of the different committees in terms of feeder systems. And certainly one of the things that the board, your board has strived to do, and obviously we've gotten far. We have further to go, but just to see that maybe the public works too could somehow be integrated into some of that overlap in terms of what the upcoming projects are. I think some of them might be online even for the some of the committees to look at if they want to see what the upcoming projects are. But I think that's great in terms of trying to save money and really increase connectivity in the town. So just want to thank everyone for their work. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Thank you.
For our presentation from Town Meeting TV on the annual report, we have Jordan Mitchell with us this evening.
Hello, nice to see you all. Thank you for having me. My name is Jordan Mitchell, and on Zoom we should also have Megan O'Rourke. And I'm the co-director of operations for Town Meeting TV, and Megan is the CCTV projects director. Is she there? Great.
Yep.
Nice to see you, Megan. So we submit this report as part of just a brief visit to you every year, in this case to the select board, to go over what was our fiscal year 25, your fiscal year 26. And so I'll kind of give an overview of what we did last fiscal year, here if there were any questions or concerns, and let you know what we're requesting for the budget. And so we operate to hopefully better serve your needs. And so we ask for an annual municipal contribution, which for this upcoming budget cycle will be in the amount of $14,586 for general town meeting TV operations. So last year, our fiscal year 24, we produced and supported 1,519 programs for our member communities. So that's not just Essex, that's Burlington, South Burlington, Essex, Essex Junction, Williston, Winooski, and Colchester. 377 of those was municipal content. And for Essex, we did 34 select board and planning commission meetings for you guys, and some other program was around the eclipse. The Vermont Astronomy Society had a talk at the library that we recorded. We also recorded the Upper Main Street Planning Project kickoff meeting that happened last August. We generally cover 3 meetings a month and one general program a month, so 3 municipal meetings and a general item. And so this past fiscal year, we covered 34 meetings out of 36 meetings, which is about 94%. And we only covered 2 general programs the entire year when we could be covering at least 1 a month. So we would definitely encourage you to reach out if there are other things happening in the community that you want us to record. It does not have to be municipal related. It could be kind of, if there's a ribbon cutting ceremony or someone's having a grand opening for a new public building, or anything that seems of public interest, definitely reach out. And one way you can do that is through your trustee, which for you is Dawn. And Dawn, thank you for being here. And we of course want to thank Dawn for her service to the Town Meeting TV Trustees and help shepherd myself along. And so Town Meeting TV, generally speaking, we'd be happy to cover more general programming for you each year, but your municipal programming, there were just 2 meetings of the 36, and those are just meetings that get canceled because of the holidays, generally around November, December. So pretty much on track there. And so Town Meeting TV is funded in large part by the cable subscribers of Comcast and Burlington Telecom, but we come to you each year for municipal contributions to help cover other operating costs. And so this year we're requesting your FY25 municipal contribution again of $14,586 for general operating funds, and this is a 5% increase from last year's contribution. Lastly, I want to make sure I thank our staff. So tonight we have Logan as the field producer, and so, Logan, thank you for your contribution to democracy and public engagement. And I know the last couple of weeks you've seen multiple people sitting in that seat as we've been training new people, so thank you for your encouragement and patience as we've trained them. But that is all I have, mostly numbers. Any questions or anything you have for myself or Megan or for Town Meeting TV?
Questions?
Do you want to express your financial concerns for the future?
Do I want to express my financial concerns for the future?
You're trying to sell your budget to us. You want to tell them why.
I'm looking over at you, Megan. Do you have anything?
Hi, folks, and thanks, Jordan. That was very succinct and good wrap up of what we're doing. So Town Meeting TV, as Jordan said, is mainly sponsored by or funded by cable subscribers. This is a 40-year project where franchise fees or cable right-of-way funds pay for this project. Municipal meetings, event coverage, media education, all of the work that's being done by Town Meeting TV. And Town Meeting TV is one of 50 some odd channels run by 23 access centers around the state of Vermont. Our budget has been cable subscribers. It has branched out to include a legislative allocation that is a $1 million general fund allocation managed by the Secretary of State's office to help access centers, as we've seen a sharp decline in cable subscribers, which means a sharp decline in paying for this service that is not shrinking, it is expanding. And as many of you know, we turned, like many people during the pandemic, to expand our services. People are turning to us for archival services. Act 133, of course, is an unfunded mandate that came down through the legislature last year, requiring hybrid meetings for any body that is touching the budget or making money decisions, non-advisory bodies, they're called, and archiving. And we already do some of that. And I think part of the outreach that we have done and will be working with the town of Essex on is how to help make sure that is met. We are sitting, in fact, I am sitting on the legislative study committee to figure out how we can present back to the legislature what it's going to cost to continue this accessibility measure, allowing people like I'm doing tonight to tune in from home. Sorry for that light that's flickering in the background. And to provide them with what seems to be a really clear, I can hear what's going on, I can see all of you in the room, I can understand what's going on. So that hybrid access. So I veered a little bit from our budgetary concerns, but cable subscribers are now about 80% of the Town Meeting TV budget. Municipal contributions to operating are about 100,000, so that's about 8% of our budget altogether. Our legislative contribution will be another piece of that, and then the relationship between CCTV and Town Meeting TV is that CCTV picks up and does fundraising to support the budget shortfall. And Don may be talking about the fact that we had last year a $40,000, we were projecting a $40,000 shortfall, largely to the management of the Town Meeting TV team and being really close to the bone. We made that a $5,000 budget shortfall, if I've got that number correct. And we are projecting a $20,000 shortfall this year, but hope also to keep that a little closer to the bone. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
John?
Yep, thank you. That's what we're looking for.
Andy?
we've heard many years about the declining revenues from cable, and I'm glad to see that the legislature has stepped up to support this service. We're hearing from, like, for example, the GMT, the bus service, that the legislature's not crazy about fully funding their needs. How do you feel, or what's your sense of the legislature's willingness to provide you with what you need?
Yeah. Well, this year is year 5 of general fund request, and we were put into the base budget. Again, that is it's still coming out of the general fund, but it's a base budget funding amount that is managed by the Secretary of State's office. We had a great meeting with the Secretary of State last week, and we will be asking for FY 26 $1.35 million. So they are supportive of that request. We know that it is a tough budget year. Again, that across, that's divvied up against around 23 states. And, the next 5 years, as you've seen, the spreadsheet that we've given you has had a 5-year chart on it. And we know that the next 5 years is really thinking about what's the best business model, what's the best way to support this mission and the value that this brings to the community. And it is going to be a combination of fee-for-service, municipal contributions, legislative contributions, and some sort of tax structure like we have levied on cable, but we don't know what that is. So the legislature opted last year not to move forward with a pole attachment tax or a streaming tax. There were 3 other major taxes that they had to support and move forward. And so, we'll pick that up again in the next couple of years and figure out how are we going to, as communities, support this project that we value in all of its varied forms. Andy, does that answer your question a little bit?
Yes, it does. Thank you. And it sounds like you are asking for what you need, and so I guess there is a little bit of a follow-on question of it's $1 million in your current budget, and you're going to ask for, you said 1.35. Has it been increasing through the years that it has been in place, or has it been flat for you?
It was it did increase. It went from 500 to 800,000, and to $1 million, and then another $1 million. And we are projecting over the next 3 years to get to 2 million. And that is, yeah, so it has been increasing. And we have a lot of friends in the legislature. People like what we do across the state and understand it. And we recognize it's a tough budget year, and there are really important things that need to be funded. So, it's, yep.
There are 22 other entities that are.
It's not a given.
Yeah. So you're in a pool of 22 other entities that are providing similar service in other parts of the state, right? Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those services are, as you know, the most obvious to you is the, hybrid support, or the recording of meetings, the archiving of meetings, the live streaming of those meetings, but then also, and Jordan can speak to all of this if you want, as well, the media education, the election coverage, the local election coverage. Our Town Meeting TV Secretary of State Forum was the only forum that, as far as I understood it, and maybe there were more after ours, but was the only forum that invited the Secretary of State and the opposing candidate. And those kinds of forums are really, we believe, important part of our work. And that's why we need to figure out how to make sure that these are funded, not just by municipalities, but also by legislative funding, by mechanisms like the cable revenue stream, which recognize that you can't just give away the public right of way to cable companies to make money without compelling them to share in some of those resources to the community.
cable revenues, that's it's only folks that actually get cable television that are taxed. For example, I only have internet from Comcast, so I'm not contributing at all to that
Correct.
revenue.
That's right. Absolutely. That's right.
Accept donations, correct?
I was just gonna say the same thing.
We do accept donations. We do philanthropy, and we do fundraising on the CCTV side that supports any budget shortfall on Town Meeting TV. But cable subscribers the cable subscribers are the folks who pay for the majority of Town Meeting TV.
Thank you.
Ethan? Questions?
Oh, I was just absorbing.
Kendall, do you have any questions?
Oh, that's the same. Thank you.
He said the same. No questions. I was actually going to ask about streaming and the relationship between whether it was only cable subscriptions versus streaming. So my question has been asked and answered.
Yeah, Vermont, we do have a tax on streaming services that goes into, and I wish that I could answer that more succinctly, and I'm happy to follow up with folks. But that was one of the options that we went down, was a poll attachment tax and a streaming tax. And that streaming tax would have been on the company, not on the subscribers. So that would have been on the gross revenue of the company, which is different than taxing subscribers for the service. We know that any tax you put on a company gets passed on to subscribers anyway. And so, again, we're in a difficult place, like a lot of situations where we have services that we want to fund, and we have to figure out ways to do that.
So I'm not seeing any other board member comments. There's no hands up in the room and no hands up online. So Megan and Jordan, I want to thank you both for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll end with Megan mentioned elections. So I only mentioned all the municipal program we do, but we also did all these election forums. They end this week. We'll have done 40 forums, and so we've also done some for your, state rep and state senate districts. So if you're not sure yet who to vote for, and I think everyone probably got their ballot in the mail, those are on our YouTube channel, on our website, and hope to help inform voters. So feel free to watch. But thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Great reminder. Thank you. Next on our agenda, presentation and discussion about Chittenden County CUD update and draft fiscal year 25. Good evening, Hubie.
Good evening. My name is Hubie Norton. I am the current representative for Essex on the CCCUD, the Chittenden County Communications Union District, which is a little bit of a misnomer because that suggests that it's for all of Chittenden County, but only certain towns belong to the CCCUD. Anyway, I'm here to provide you with an update. I think you got a lot of information in your packet. Actually, there's really no specific action required by the select board, other than as noted in the email that came to you from our clerk, and that I think outlined it very clearly. There is a requirement that the select boards review the budget and provide comments, and then there'll be a hearing later on where that budget will be reviewed and so on. So, yeah, I guess maybe I'll leave it right there for the moment and ask you if you have questions about the CCCUD. Again, I can kind of review what Ann said in her memo, which is really an excellent update. And that's one of the things we decided as a board, that to have the clerk prepare an update that would go to all of the different communities so that everybody would be kind of getting the same message, because when you talk about individuals providing updates, it can be sometimes not clear. So I can review this briefly. The CCCUD, we have received, our application for grant money has been approved by the VCBB, that's the Vermont Communications Broadband Board. Interesting that this last discussion about TV, it just conjured up all kinds of things about communications, and that we're talking here, the CCCUD is talking about providing higher bandwidth opportunities, which in essence is really infrastructure within a community. But we're not asking for any funds from the community. It's working on grants, initially ARPA funds, and the Chittenden County area is unique in most of the rest of the state in that the broadband opportunities there's much better penetration for opportunity within Chittenden County than lots of other places. There were allocations of ARPA funds, and for the Chittenden County area, it was determined that we were eligible for $2.1 million. And in essence, that's what we have applied for. The grant has been approved by the VCBB, and now we're in the final stages of finalizing that grant agreement. And then the next step, we have been working with Consolidated Communications to partner with them in order to implement expansion of broadband access within the community. One of the, it was mentioned here for community TV, an unfunded mandate. In some respects, this is a bit of an unfunded mandate in that there is, for our particular plan, we have a phase 1 and a phase 2. Phase 1 is the 2.1 million, but phase 2 is going to be dependent upon getting monies from other sources. There's an expectation that there will be more monies made available from the federal government, and as a part of our agreement with Consolidated, is that we will partner with them and help them, but it's going to be up to them in order to provide applications for these additional funds. That's the what is referred to as BEAD, B-E-A-D, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. So if and when those more funds may be available, we expect that Consolidated will make a bid for those monies. Some of the, as far as numbers are concerned, the purpose for the CCCUD is to provide for unserved or underserved areas of the community. And there have been numerous lists made of locations that fall into those categories. In the town of Essex, well, for phase 1 of this of our plan, there are a total of about 160 locations within the whole CCCUD. And again, let me just I always want to make sure that I don't leave anybody out here, that the communities that are included in the CCCUD are Essex, Essex Junction, Jericho, Shelburne, South Burlington, Underhill, Westford, and Williston. So within those towns, there are currently 160 areas that will be covered in phase 1 of this plan that we have with Consolidated. Phase 2 will cover an additional about 410 locations. Now, in phase 1 of that 160, there are about 29 of those locations that are within Essex. And most of those are about half of them up in the Brigham Hill area, some on Chapin Road, Pettingill Road, and the other half are kind of mixed around different spots. Phase 2, which again, reminder, not currently funded. That would cover about 38 additional locations in Essex, mostly up in Sleepy Hollow Road area. And yeah, I'm not sure that, as I mentioned, the primary thing that we want from the board is that for them to provide any comments regarding our budget. I think you got a copy of our budget and so on. And if you as a board can just relate those comments to Ann, our clerk, and she will compile them, present them to our board for review as we then approve our budget, and then there will be a hearing in November for that final budget review. So I guess questions.
You said that this VCBB construction grant was a done deal. Here it says pending. What's?
Oh, it's, well, they have approved our application,
Okay.
and we now, as a board, need to finalize that grant agreement with the VCBB. Okay, so they've approved our application, and now we just have to finalize the details.
So basically, the 2 million will come through.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, 2.1 million, yeah.
Thank you.
That was going to be part of my question, but I'm going to save the budget part for Ann. I'll write that down in a nice sentence for her. But part of my question was with the grant. So, is the committee just working to satisfy requirements of funding in order to move forward? Is there any concerns there with any of the requirements that are being asked of the grant? Well, the Vermont Communications Board, they have particular requirements for the application, and the unserved and underserved areas are identified, and what is the plan in order to cover those areas. As I've said, it's kind of an unfunded situation in that we have identified a plan, but phase 2 of the plan doesn't have any money. There is an expectation that there will be monies made available through this BEAD program, federal government program, but then that will have to be bid on. Now, again, Chittenden County is unique because of the coverage that we currently have. A lot of the other parts of the state, the CCC, it's not the CCC, but it's like the Lamoille County Communications Union District and so on, and the Addison County Communication Union District, they have organized differently in our operating more, and I probably will not use the exact right terms, but more as a business. Like they have an executive director, those areas. They have more outreach and so on, but they are also partnering with those I mentioned, Lamoille County and Addison County. They are also partnering with Consolidated Communications in order to provide this penetration of fiber optic network to provide further broadband. Interesting, the prior presentation talking about cable customers. Well, here, this penetration of additional fiber optic networking is in direct competition with the cable companies. So it's interesting that the struggle that they're going through is that how to pay for this, okay? And her comment about utilities having the right to be within the state right-of-ways, that they should have some opportunity to collect from the utilities for that. So it's all of the utilities. It's the power companies and the telephone companies and the cable companies and so on. I've heard different comments about different ideas about how to do that taxing, and it's complicated. It's complicated. So this whole CCC, the whole notion, this mandated without funding, without total funding. It's like an idea, kind of, to get this future
broadband accessibility to everyone. So, if I've sounded confusing,
no, you
I
just
don't intend to be,
redirected.
but it is. I believe that sometimes the VCBBB is conflicted with some of their positions and so on. We've had questions come back, that we'll have a situation at one point and then it will kind of change a little bit, about maybe a definition of something. So it's new territory for a lot of folks.
So I'm gonna ask you a question now that you've inspired me towards. Is phase 2 planned? Or let me redirect this. Does phase 2 need to have some sort of funding securement before they release the funds for phase 1?
No.
No.
Phase 1 is to go. Now this is the interesting thing is that Consolidated Communication, they're expanding their network, okay, regardless, all right? They're in business, okay? So to the extent that they see opportunities to extend their network to get more customers, they're going to do that. It's a little bit strange that we're, in some respects, maybe funding something they were going to do anyway, okay? If you can answer that question, that would help me a lot, okay? It's like we, as the CCCUD, are going to end up owning some pieces of fiber optic cable because we'll have to own something, okay? But our partnering with Consolidated, they will do all the management of the system and the service, etc. We're there as, I can, maybe in some respect, we're an advocate as a vehicle through the VCBB. Does that make any sense? It's a little confusing, to say the least.
Andy?
So Yubi, I'm the alternate for the
Yes.
CCCUD, and the only time you asked me to cover a meeting for you, probably in the spring of this year. I don't remember how long ago it was, but there was a proposal or a suggestion to disband the district, and I think it was largely centered on the uncertainty of the phase 2 funding. What's changed? Why is it going forward?
We struggle with that a lot, okay? Some of the questions that came up was, if we wanted to disband, would we have to go back before each of these communities to say, do you want out? Okay? Because the communities had voted in.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, if we wanted to disband, in essence, that would mean that 2.1 million that had been allocated for Chittenden County would end up going back to the state. Mm-hmm. The optics of that were not real good. It was like saying, well, wait a minute, we don't need that money, Well, so I think, but because we said that the Chittenden County CCCUD did not want to get into a business model where we're going to have an executive director, have some big organizational structure that wasn't needed because the county already had, very good penetration of broadband. And it was only this little bit that was left that needed to be dealt with and that it could be handled better. Now, and I don't, this is public information because we have been talking openly in our meetings that we are investigating that we would merge the Chittenden County CCCUD would merge with Lamoille, Addison County, and Washington CCCUDs, and that with their structures more in place, that we would rely on them to provide the interfacing with Consolidated, provide reports, etc. We would be there because we have an obligation for sustainability through the program through phase 2 as provided to the VCBB. So that's, and it's recognized, but the VCBB has recognized that Chittenden County is unique in its, in the way that the current number of unserved and underserved locations that are here.
And none of this is funded by local tax dollars.
No funding from the local, which is like, it's like, I almost want to say I'm here to not ask for money or whatever, but anyway, it's just a little bit of a strange arrangement where the communities voted, to join, but what were they joining? I don't think anybody really understood, completely and so on. And but after hearing, the comments about the community TV, is that it just conjured up this other idea that this is another piece of infrastructure that in today's world is needed, and communities are broadcasting this as we've got, accessibility and so on. And so it's important for us to participate and try to do whatever we can to make that happen. The structure of it just seems a little unwieldy, the way that it works.
So it sounds like the phase 1 funding is pretty much locked down, and you may be having this conversation again should phase 2 funding
Right.
not
Yeah.
come.
Yeah. Looks like, it's going to be a couple years out. And again, Continental or Consolidated, they're going to continue to expand their network where there's opportunities to pick up customers. Because there is a very fundamental difference between coaxial cable TV, well, actually I shouldn't say that because cable TV does have some fiber networks, but their methods and their processes are enough different that a fiber system provided by Consolidated may have some advantages. So,
Any other questions from the board? Kendall, online, do you have any questions?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. I'll turn it over to public comment if there is any in the room or online. Seeing none. Hubie, thank you.
thank you.
Good job.
And next up, consider approval of incorporating Pinewood Section H permit under the town state stormwater permit. Hello.
Hello. Good evening. Annie Costandi, Public Works Department. The issue here tonight is whether the select board will authorize staff to sign a stormwater agreement with the Pinewood Homeowners Association and incorporate their stormwater permit for Pinewood Section H under the town's overall state stormwater permit. Pinewood Section H is a subdivision located off of River Road. It includes Stonebrook Circle and Evergreen Drive. The total impervious area is 7.46 acres with 3.95 acres of impervious as private and 3.51 acres of impervious as owned by the town, which are the roads and the sidewalks. The development is subjected to the state 3-acre stormwater permit program, which essentially any property that has over 3 acres of impervious surface or more across the state are subjected to this permit program. It's about 1,000 parcels total. And what it means is that because the development was originally approved and permitted prior to the 2017 Stormwater Management Manual, any property that was permitted before that manual went into effect is subjected to this program. And so what we have to do is look at the stormwater system and determine whether or not it's meeting certain standards. If it's not meeting certain standards, then we have to upgrade the system. If you can't upgrade the system, then you have to pay an impact fee, but you have to demonstrate why you can't upgrade the system. You can't just pay the impact fee. We worked with Stone Environmental and O'Leary Burke, Civil Associates, since they were the original engineers on the development, to take a look at that permit and what it would mean to incorporate it underneath our stormwater permit and what that does to our phosphorus reduction targets in the main lake segment. And so down at the bottom of the memo, it shows a little table of what our phosphorus reduction target would be. So we would have to include 4.66 kilograms per year into our phosphorus reduction target. Our current target is 43.6 kilograms per year. So incorporating Pinewood would increase that to 48.3 kilograms per year. So we determined that there were potentially two options for how to handle this permit. It would be to either submit the full notice of intent and engineering feasibility analysis to the state for their review and let them sort of determine what we would need to do for the system. They would determine what sort of requirements and updates we would need to make. Or we can incorporate the permit under our MS4 permit. And in this instance, we would sign an agreement with the HOA, basically stating that we would inspect and maintain and take over the permit, but any sort of maintenance or upgrades to the stormwater system would be a split cost sharing between the HOA and the town based on impervious surface. We did investigate whether an impact fee should be assessed for us taking on the additional phosphorus removal. According to our phosphorus control plan, the cost per acre of impervious area that the town would have to spend to implement structural practices to treat the phosphorus is $69,344. So that's per acre of impervious surface. So if we incorporated the 3.9 acres of private impervious under our stormwater permit, that the impact fee would be $273,909. So that would be split between all the parcels that contribute to the drainage in that are underneath the permit, and that's about 39 parcels. And if we split it, it would be about $8,000 per parcel. So we were trying to decide whether or not that was fair, to be perfectly honest. In the past, we have incorporated stormwater permits at various times underneath our permit. Back in 2012, the 2012 version of our stormwater permit, our permit's on a 5-year cycle. So during that time, we had to look at our expired stormwater permits in the Indian and Sunderbrook watersheds. And we essentially signed stormwater agreements with each one of those permit holders saying the same thing, where we'll take your permit on, but we'll inspect it and maintain it and make sure that it's in compliance with the state. But any repairs or maintenance on the permit or on the system, you are responsible for financially. We also incorporated some permits underneath our in our unimpaired watersheds in 2019 because we weren't sure what the financial implications of implementing the PCP would be, and we didn't feel like we could put the onerous of those financial responsibilities on the property owners because there would be a lot of those. We incorporated 16 permits at that time, and most of them are in developments like Meadows Edge and Old State Village. So we just felt like it would be a significant financial burden to put on the taxpayers. So we just incorporated those permits underneath our overall stormwater permit. So based on the history of how we handled permits in the past, we felt like the best path forward would be to sign an agreement with the Pinewood HOA to take over the permit and split financial responsibility for any upgrades or maintenance to the system. And just as an FYI, underneath our current phosphorus control plan, we do have enough projects identified in the main lake segment to meet and exceed our phosphorus reduction target. So it's not a matter of identifying more projects or that we don't have enough projects. It just means that we're going to have to build another project in order to take on this additional phosphorus reduction. I guess I will take questions with that.
Questions from the board?
Do you have one first? So under cost, Annie explained to me, it says, if you incorporate, there's no cost to the HOA other than future maintenance, repairs cost to the existing system.
Mm-hmm.
And then it said we need to construct additional project to mitigate the increase in the it's going to cost the town $273,969 to incorporate this?
No, so what I'm saying is that because we're taking on that additional phosphorus, it's kind of what I just said just now, is because we're taking on that additional phosphorus, we will have to at some point build another project that will mitigate that additional phosphorus. And so we're estimating based on, well, what our cost per impervious surface of phosphorus removal, because we're taking on 3.95 acres of impervious surface and it's costing us almost $70,000 per acre of impervious, then this is essentially what we're going to have to expend in order to take care of that additional phosphorus removal at some point.
But you're gonna have the HOA pay for that $8,000 a home over 39 homes?
No, that's what
Oh.
we're saying that we are
No.
not going to do.
Yeah, and like Andy said, Andy and I talked quite a bit about this. Our past practice has been to not charge, so we felt it was not be equitable to charge in this case to take it over. I'm going to talk stormwater utility.
Sure.
Part of the
I'm
other
not bringing it up.
the other part of our conversation was we're getting to the point where the town should probably start to think long and hard about a stormwater utility or some other sort of impact fee for the stormwater, because these charges are coming. The rough idea, and Andy can fill me in, or this is probably a bigger conversation down the road, much bigger conversation, is that with the stormwater utility, you take all the impervious surface in town and you charge a fee for that, kind of equitably across each parcel, because we do have costs coming up, whether it's this, whether it's our stormwater infrastructure. So if we do end up going down that road, and we do, again, whether it's that or some other sort of charge, we're going to probably have to charge something to maintain our stormwater infrastructure. We thought it would also be unfair to charge somebody twice, to charge someone to take over this parcel and then to charge them again at some point down the road to further maintain it. Did I capture that?
Yes.
correctly?
Yes. At some point, we will have to implement a stormwater utility or some sort of mechanism to fund stormwater. Our phosphorus control plan's over $3 million right now, and we don't really have a plan in place on how we're going to fund it, plus aging infrastructure, plus any additional requirements that might be coming up down the line. There are 3 communities in Chittenden County that have utilities right now: Williston, Colchester, Burlington, South Burlington, 4 communities. 2 more are coming online in the next year. The city of Essex Junction and Milton are both forming stormwater utilities right now. And I just don't see a way forward, especially because we're taking on additional infrastructure with additional development. And we just don't really have the resources to fund stormwater, and these are all permit requirements. So we don't have a lot of choice in that matter. And we felt like if we're charging the residents of Pinewood this money to take over their stormwater system, if we come to them in a couple of years and say, hey, here's an additional stormwater fee that we're going to make you pay, they're going to say, why do I have to pay this when I've already paid for my stormwater system?
So any new development now still doesn't pay into stormwater?
No, we don't have. Oh.
No, go ahead.
We do.
My head's going.
We don't have fees. We don't have development fees for taking on additional stormwater infrastructure. It's been a point of frustration because we're asked to take on so much. I
Right.
mean, any given development is an extra 20 to 30 catch basins and a couple miles of stormwater pipes plus stormwater treatment practices. We have been better about making sure that anybody who has an HOA, we're starting to do more of these stormwater agreements, so we're not taking over stormwater treatment practices on a whole by ourselves like we used to. So now there's more financial cost sharing between private and public treatment practices. So, yeah.
I was going to chime in. Is that one of the unique circumstances about this homeowners association is that it was permitted prior to the state increasing its standards? So we don't expect this to keep happening in the future because the state that has the higher standards now, right? Or is it
Yes.
us? Or-
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is kind of it's an issue because of the age, even though it's a fairly new development.
Ethan?
All right. So I have a couple questions. But
Mhm.
did you say it was on a 5-year?
Our stormwater permit is on a 5-year cycle.
And theirs was on a 5-year cycle?
No, I mean our state stormwater permit. So what the town is subjected to, our town state stormwater permit is a 5-year cycle. So I came to you back in March with the stormwater management plan. We had just been issued our new permit in 2024. So our next permit will be issued in 2029. Operational stormwater permits are on a different cycle.
So I'm just trying to understand from, was the legislative change in 2017 or was it effective in 2018? I'm just curious how this happens. In
This
October
was
of 24.
This was a part of, I believe, it's part of the Lake Champlain phosphorus implementation plan, and I believe that passed in 2016. We weren't required to do anything with 3-acre permits until the last couple of years. So it would have been with our 2018 stormwater permit that we knew that this was coming down the line.
And then my second question is this the last or is there more?
No, this is it.
This is the last one.
Yes, thankfully.
Ethan, you're good?
Kinda. I have a lot more questions, but it doesn't pertain to just this. I have more questions about stormwater, but I'll save them for an email.
Okay. Andy, questions?
You mentioned cost sharing with the HOA. So the recommended, if we take on their permit, we would put an agreement in place with the HOA that any future costs associated with their neighborhood would be shared.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not, in order to address the additional 4.66 kilograms per year, we can do a project anywhere in town that addresses that. It's not
Anywhere within the main lake segment.
okay.
So that's like Alderbrook, like essentially
It has to be
the Sand Hill.
within the two. Okay.
Yeah, so it has to be within that same lake segment, but it can be anywhere in there.
Okay. So it's not something that's going in, flowing north to somewhere else. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Mhm.
All right.
Kendall, any questions?
Yeah, I have.
Quite a bit to add. I think Essex is way behind the 8 ball in getting a stormwater utility going. If you're aware of what's going on at the state level with impervious surfaces, the 3-acre rule was just kind of a number they arbitrarily picked. I think they're probably going to reduce that down for permits to where you need less than an acre, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that we should light a fire under whoever we need to get a stormwater utility going, because there is a significant cost to all of the taxpayers in Essex for that impervious surface that the town takes over when they work into these developments. So it's kind of like a sewer utility or a water utility. I'm all for sharing the costs all over the place, but there should be some kind of mechanism in place, like a sewer utility or a stormwater utility, so that the costs can be put on these developments and stuff as they come through. Thank you.
And not to belabor the point, but you were talking about an additional project to mitigate phosphorus in the main lake segment, but in the memo I see that the projects already identified exceed phosphorus removal targets by 212%. So if we're exceeding phosphorus removal targets by 212%, what would be the rationale for adding an additional project to meet that additional phosphorus removal?
So the 212%, it means that we have enough projects identified in our phosphorus control plan that exceeds our target by 212%. But we were only planning on building, let's say, like 4 of them. So we can pick and choose which ones we want to do.
Okay.
With this additional phosphorus reduction, we're going to have to build a 5th project.
Okay.
So we just don't have to identify. We already have them. We have enough projects that, it's just that we're going to have to construct another one in order to take on this additional phosphorus removal.
Okay.
And Andy, if I can add to that, if I'm accurate, if if we take it on and we can choose that fifth project, we can find the most cost-effective way to do that. Whereas if we don't take it on, we're going to be subject to the state telling us what to do with this project, which might be more expensive.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? If
I
not,
would just add that if you let the state do it, it will certainly be much more expensive than if we do it.
at this time, I'll turn it over to public comment in the room or online. Hubie, come on up.
Again, Hubie Norton, and I echo the sentiment about a stormwater utility. The presentation that we had on the new town center, one of the engineers that was there, I was chatting with him. He lives in Colchester. Colchester just barely initiated, as you said, a stormwater utility. I'm not in favor of creating more government, but here's another example of unfunded mandate by the state, mandating this to happen, and it's almost forcing you into this position. I think he said he was going to have to pay like $59 a year.
Yeah.
Because of basically he lived in his impervious roof structure in his driveway. It was going to cost him $59 a year. So that's an idea of how that some of this cost would be distributed across all the impervious surfaces. I think another thing with this too is that there has to be some creative ways in order to incentivize new developments in order to minimize impervious surfaces, employ new techniques and so on, how you can do things without creating impervious surfaces and so on. So somehow having a new development either take a bite of this or do something so that they don't create as much impervious or whatever. So that there's potentially some opportunity for planning commission activity, as a matter of fact, to create some guidelines, not strict absolute rules, but some guidelines to say, maybe we'll give you a little benefit here if you can somehow minimize your impervious surfaces for the type of development you're doing. Why does it always have to be a paved sidewalk? A gravel sidewalk, I don't believe is considered an impervious surface necessarily, or
Gravel is.
Gravel is, okay.
Mhm.
Well, maybe some other kind of stuff, or whatever. But anyway, so I think, yeah, it's all these communities around us are and like I say, it's being forced, as he says, the state's going to make you do it, and if be better to have us do it ourselves maybe, but don't like to see more government, but we're kind of backed into the corner, I think.
Yeah.
Carrot or the stick approach.
Right.
Lorraine's hand is up.
Lorraine?
Carrot or stick approach, I like that. Yes, I know, because Dennis Lutz actually has been talking about this for years, and here we are, right? So a couple of things in terms of impervious surface. There are materials out there like grids that work very well for taking huge amount of weight parking areas. Certainly, they're not gravel, but they allow the grass to grow up in between. There's lots of ways to do that. And then also, I wonder, I just don't know, may walk along the path that was the old railroad bed, connects us to Lang. I don't know if you know that goes by Sweet Scoops. When they're from like the Lang Farm or even from the parking lot of the LDS church, it's just an open pipe that goes down into the little stream there. Is that happening? Is the stormwater, is that part of the stormwater system? Is it an open system? Is it a closed system? Just curious as an observer, because also across the street from me, across from the Price Chopper, there's a big, huge stormwater pipe that I believe connects to mine across from our house. Of course, we're experiencing flooding way more frequently than we ever did. We're taking on stormwater from the street into our backyard. It's supposed to go down across the street to the open, it looks like a pipe that opens right into that bridge area by the street light. And it just looks like it's dumping right into the river or stream or whatever stream that is right there. I'm wondering if those kind of things to be capped or helped to reduce the PCP impacts, because $3 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, so all of those pipes, those are directly discharged into the stream. And that would be a significant undertaking to, well, one, we can't cap them. They need to be discharged. It's a closed pipe and catch basin system. The water needs to be outlet somewhere. And I mean, this is how things were built back in the day. There weren't stormwater regulations. It was get stormwater off of impervious surface as fast as you can, as quick as you can. So it's, we're dealing with a lot of that old infrastructure now. We are stabilizing a lot of outfalls that have erosion. We are, constructing practices to mitigate water quality. But I mean, we have over 300 outlets like this across the town. It's some of which are very difficult to get to and not feasible to really do anything with. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have, but some of it is just old existing infrastructure that there's not a lot that we can do to retrofit it.
And a follow-up then to that, because this is Route 15 to state.
And I think, I know that we have a bunch more agenda to go through. This is worthwhile conversation for a stormwater utility in future conversation, but I just want to refocus on the Pinewood Section 8 permit, which is our agenda item.
Okay.
So Lorraine, any comments on the Pinewood permit specifically?
Other than it's all integrated, it's not, I understand what you're saying, that's standalone, but that's because of the PCP plan, which has to do with all these other ones. And when I see like Route 15, that's also state owned. So I don't know if the state can also help out, reduce some of those impacts so that we can reduce some of the cost of all the taxpayers.
The state is subjected to their own phosphorus control reduction targets. I don't know what their plan says though.
Might be interesting. Any other comment on the Pinewood permit and whether to incorporate it into the town state stormwater permit? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Andy?
Make a motion I move that the select board authorize staff to incorporate the Pinewood permit number 3426-9050 under the town's state stormwater permit and sign a stormwater agreement with the Pinewood HOA outlining permit and cost sharing responsibilities.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Final discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I have a comment is that I would hope that we would do something with a utility before we run into another development as we have set a precedence in the past so that we could stop having to take over these as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. So motion on the floor is to incorporate Pinewood Section H permit into the town state stormwater permit. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am going to ask the question that I probably should have asked before now. Understanding that there are members of the Tree Farm Management Group here this evening, and there is a charter items on the agenda before then. Is there any objection to switching items G and H?
I would ask Tammy, she's here too.
Okay. All right, so if there is no objection, we will switch those.
Should we make a motion and?
Yeah, I was just asking for consensus, but if you want to make a motion to amend the agenda, that would be great.
I make the motion that we amend the agenda to swap items G and H in the business item.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Tree Farm Management Group.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Sven Eckloff, the president of the Tree Farm Management Group.
And Giles William, treasurer.
I will say we have
They can come join you. They can bring their chairs in.
We have 7 of us or 6 of us in the room, and I believe there's 1 or 2 online. So we have met quorum, so we're not conducting business. I'm learning all these rules. So we're here today to give you an annual review of the tree farm this year. I will say our season's not quite done yet. We're still wrapping things up to close out the season. This is our last week of rentals during the week, and we do have some weekend events the next 2 weekends. With that being said, I just want to quickly introduce you guys to the Tree Farm Board, because I don't think you've actually met anyone. You met Giles. This is Charlie Lancaster, lives at Autumn Pond. He's the local resident on our board. This is Maria. She represents Burlington Rugby. Jim Gowdy represents Nordic. Adrian, Essex Parks and Rec. I believe Ali Vile is online. And I don't know where, and I'm Sven Ekloff with Essex United Soccer. In short, so what I'm going to do today is just kind of touch on some of the highlights for this year, and then Giles will go into more of the financial stuff. Keep it short and sweet. We're not here all night. This year overall has been a really good year compared to last year, both financially and just for overall bookings. The tree farm has been a busy, busy place this year. Our revenue is expected to be in line with our estimates, and we're expecting revenue to be in the $195,000 this year. We increased field rentals last December or so by 10%, and that has led to the increase in revenue, and also demand for rentals has been up. Another thing that we have done this year is all people who use the tree farm are now being charged the same rate. So the founding fathers, if you will, of the tree farm are no longer getting a priority or a discounted rate. Everyone's paying the same rate. And starting next year, our tournament bookings, that will apply to everyone too. So everyone pays the same rate, no matter who rents the tree farm or field at the tree farm. Just a couple of things I'd also want to recognize, we have 11-member board now. That's one of the things that we were trying to accomplish or get to this year, and we've met that. But we operate, most of us do this all on a volunteer basis, and we can't keep track of all the hours that we have there for volunteerism, but it's remarkable, everyone in Essex who step up and help. Today, for instance, we had 60 people at the tree farm helping us move goals and help close down the facility for the winter. They're actually plugging our fields tomorrow, so we needed help with that. So a lot of residents stepped up and gave us 2 hours of their time today, which is great. We're very grateful for that. Another highlight this year, we typically in a normal year would host 2 to 3 tournaments, if you will. This year we hosted 5, so this is our busiest year yet in terms of tournaments. A tournament can mean you rent 1 day or 2 days, typically over a weekend time. And this involved a lot of different sports, not just soccer. So, for instance, Essex High School, they had their big cross-country event back on September, and they actually have their last big event in a week or 2 on the weekend. So they went from no events to 2 events over the course of 3 years. And it's about 400 or 500 runners at each event, which is great. They use the facility for free, and we have like a handshake agreement that they maintain all the trails, the part that's the wooded part of the tree farm, in return for using it for free. So it's a good thing for the school. We had the Nordic tournament, which is our largest tournament. Essex United Soccer also had another soccer tournament. Ultimate Frisbee had their big tournament. That's a growing sport at the tree farm, which is great. 802 Lacrosse, they were back for a second year. Our first year last year was with them didn't go as planned, so we had to improve a lot of things. I take some responsibility on that. We had to redo our tournament package, our traffic plan, and so on. This year, I'm pleased to say that was a real success. There was some things we had to work out, but it was a big improvement from the previous year. And then Vermont Soccer, they have 2 big kid-friendly festivals every year. One just happened this weekend, the Halloween Festival, where all the kids show up with their costumes and play soccer. There's hundreds of kids there. It's very fun, and the weather was perfect, so we couldn't ask for a better festival. Just to kind of highlight who uses the tree farm, most of the time it's kids in their sports. I'd say 80 or 85% of the money that we make in rentals comes from kids programs, but the adult is about 15 to 20%, but that's a growing request that we're getting more and more of. Adults want space to exercise too. So we're seeing that's where our greatest demand is on the adult side. Even though kids are probably about 80 or 85% of field rentals. Some of the focuses that we had for 2024, which I kind of touched on this time last year, kind of where we're headed. First and foremost, invest into the facility. And my personal thing was just improve the overall experience for the user of the tree farm. Again, I want to remind folks that we're a self-enterprise fund, so we have no taxpayer money at the tree farm. What we make is what we can spend, so we try really hard to budget. It's a large facility to manage, and you can see our revenue. This year, our expenses were a little bit higher. We had some one-off expenses to catch up on, but next year, I think we're going to be back to building back to bank balances, which Giles will highlight in a few moments. Another key thing that we really want to keep expanding on, and I think you guys want this too, is diversify our user base and not just be a soccer facility. We now have 6 sports that are done at the tree farm. I think I highlight on some frisbee, lacrosse, soccer, cross-country running, football, rugby, yep. Frisbee. I forgot to mention the Buccaneers football program had their big tournament this year too. And if you've ever been to a football event, which we don't see that often in Vermont, it's a totally different experience than a soccer event. So the whole town comes for one football game for little kids. It's pretty fun to watch. But football's been at the tree farm now every Saturday since August, which has been great. One thing that we are trying to build, as you know, last year we had our costs were very high because we had a lot of damage to the tree farm and we had to kind of fix the tree farm, if you will. So our goal this year was to kind of maintain costs or reduce them while increasing revenue, which is why we raised our rates a little, and then slowly build our rainy day fund or hopefully a capital project fund where we can put money into more capital improvements at the tree farm. One thing that we are all proud of is that we met every deadline that was asked of us from you and from the Essex Junction. We submitted our management plan. I'm not sure if you guys saw that or not last December, but I sent it to Greg and Regina. That was just a lengthy plan that kind of, we refreshed our rules of the tree farm, our short-term goals, long-term goals. We kind of matched our dog policy with the dog rules in Essex. All the little stuff that we haven't done in a long time, we did that then. So that was a big accomplishment. Our board members are now up to 11, which is what was asked of us. Our next year goal is, in a perfect world, I think it would be best if we had someone from the Essex School District or CTE be on our board. We have 2 outstate members from the neighborhood, but in reality, I think since the school is our neighbor, and it just makes sense, they also use the tree farm and log it and so forth. So that's a goal for next year. The big thing in what we've been really working on, and Giles and I have been so patient, I check in every 2 weeks. We're trying to maintain or regain our 501c3 nonprofit status. We did this earlier in the year with Dindsey. We are still waiting for the IRS. I got an update on Friday from Dindsey, and they have like 5 other nonprofit groups like us that are still waiting. So we have not heard from the IRS. We have now been waiting for 6 months on that. So that's the one thing that we have not bet, but we've submitted everything that we can. We're waiting to hear from the IRS.
That gets retroactively enacted. So it was submitted in February, I think. So
March, yeah.
Or March. If it didn't happen until January, it actually is effective as of the application date.
So it's one of those, when you reach out to the attorneys, they charge you every time you reach out, but I try not, so I do it once. I used to do it every 2 weeks, and I do it every month. I'm hoping we hear something soon. It does say on their website, the 6 month, that you should hear something by the 6 month period or sooner. So that's where we are. Another thing that I personally want to work on is just improve the communication and transparency with all of you, the town and the junction. I think historically the tree farm has been kind of on its own island. And I think that was a personal goal of mine, just being open and having us all work together and do what's best for the residents here and the tree farm.
and I think we've done a good job there. Another one is just CTE. We have a great relationship with them, and I'm looking to foster or build upon that relationship. There's a mutual benefit for them and for us there. It's like an educational playground for them from their forestry division or natural resources, and they get to learn how to use all their stuff at the tree farm, and then we get the benefit from all the services. One cool project that they did last year in November is they cleaned out 2 of our main hedgerows. So they used chainsaws and wood chippers, their whole school, all their students, and we needed that work done, and they got certified. It was like a perfect win-win, and we're hoping they do we have 2 more hedgerows in this November. So we're trying to build that, and they also help us take care of all the dead trees and so forth at the tree farm. Last, just a few more things real quick. Old Colchester Road and the Autumn Pond community, they have to deal with all the tree farm traffic. So we've been really working hard with everyone to make sure everyone's happy and satisfied. We've worked on signage. Autumn Pond is putting a new development in, and there's been some parking situations over there. So we put new signage up there, no tree farm parking. And then a lot of the residents on Old Colchester Road who I've met in the last 2 years, they kind of help police the tree farm for me over the winter time because I'm not there. So if they see anything, they call me, which is good. And a few things happened last year where I had to get the police involved, but it's good that it's kind of like a community approach to looking over the tree farm. Just real quick for next year, our focus really is to keep investing in the facility and making it a better and better place. A small improvement this year is we changed a porta potty company, and it made all the difference in the world at the tree farm. We had so many, almost too much positive feedback on that one small improvement. And it was a 10% increase on that cost, but it was money well spent, and that's now part of the budget. But little things from signage to porta potties, just to access. And the last big hurdle that we're our focus for 2025 is our road and parking lot. A lot of our money and energy goes into the fields. We're one rainy day away on a busy day from that road.
Can't support it.
It just can't support the traffic. So the town and the public works has helped us in the past, this year and the previous year, where we paid for the work. The tree farm paid with their grader and so forth, and we've been very thankful for that. We're trying to find another provider for next year because I know the town doesn't want to deal with that, and we understand that. So that's our focus, is our road and parking lot, our new focus for next year. We did work with engineer this time last year for some drawings. The main thing is we get a lot of water at the tree farm, especially last year, and that's the culprit to why our road and parking lot break down. So, as for pricing next year, we are right in the middle of our budget review and coming up with a budget for next year. We don't know what the pricing will be. We currently charge $72 an hour to rent a field at the tree farm, and $13,200 to rent the facility for the weekend. Just to put that in perspective, when I first got on the board, we were charging close to $60 an hour. So we've had some increases in the last 3 years. We're kind of at that price point where users can use it, but you have to start worrying about them finding cheaper places to go. So it's that thing that we have to weigh as a group. And more importantly, I think I'll let Giles touch on financials, but we don't know our future, and I think we've had some discussions. I know I can't speak for everyone individually, but collectively, we are interested in being brought back to manage the tree farm. If you guys agree to it and work with the junction, just want to put that out there. It's hard to plan long term when you don't know your future. So I'll leave it at that. All in all, it's been a great year at the tree farm.
Okay. So I'm going to have 2 caveats to what I'm going to present as far as the financials are concerned. October is still, we have some significant expenditures, but also some significant income from the fall program. So the estimates for our end of year, which is December 31st, are projections at this point, but pretty educated based on previous years and the billings that have gone out. And then our 2025 forecast for our budget is first draft. It's been out there for a couple of weeks now, and we have our meeting next Monday, a week from today, I guess, that will deal with the budget in its entirety, and we should have a firm budget at the end of that meeting, hopefully. So based on all of that, we're projecting that our 2024 total income is going to be 198.5, and we're going to forecast 203.5 for the 2025, and that assumes no rate change. So we have a little calculator that if we go up $1, what that's going to do, and so we'll just have to, as Sven said, you got to kind of figure out where that choke point is, and it can be a point of diminishing returns. So that'll happen next week, and we can then provide at the end of the year, it would make the most sense to provide you with the end of year financials so that you have something that you can log. As far as expenses are concerned, one of our biggest expenses last year was past tax payments. So when the 501c3 lapsed, we had 8 years of taxes that we had to recognize, and so we spent a bunch of money. Luckily, we had the cash reserves to deal with it, but that was a one-time thing, and now we're past that, and so that will go away. If we invest, as Sven said, some of the field improvements that we're projecting will kind of, where we were paying for taxes in 2024, we're hopefully going to apply that to fields and better upkeep of the roads and parking area. So it's not a lot of that money is going to go back into the cash balances. We're going to use it to reinvest into the facility. Other than that, we're kind of on target for this year. It's going to show, I'm projecting, say, a $30,000 net income. But again, the way things are going to change, it's going to be more in line with, say, 4,500 to 5,000. That's typically what we would do in a typical year. And so if all of our projections are where we think they're going to be, our net will be somewhere in that $45,000 to $5,000 range in 2025. Our bank balances today, and again, I'm projecting based on new income that's going to be coming in the fall and expenses that are going out, we should have a total cash reserve of around $50,000 to $54,000 by the end of December 31st, somewhere in that $50,000 to $55,000 range, which is a decent reserve for our operations. It would. So we had 100,000 at the end of 2023, but we chewed up to 60 of that in taxes. So that's out the door money that we could have used for programs to make the facility better, and we're never getting that money back. So that was an unfortunate situation, and hopefully with this 501c3 thing going, we'll be back where we should be. Other than that, there's nothing significant. I will say that lacrosse thing was a double whammy. So we got in $12,500 in income from lacrosse in 2023. It cost us $22,000 to fix the mess that they created, and but we also had lost opportunity costs. So we had to shut down. If you're familiar with the tree farm, that whole front complex was completely shut down in the fall, which is actually our busiest time. So I didn't dare do that calculation because it probably would have put me over the edge. So it was a significant expense, and it forced us. So the good news, it forced us to then create a better contract. So we couldn't go back to lacrosse last year and say you messed up, because there was no caveat for that. Now we do. So we take a damage deposit from them or from anybody, and if they don't do anything, well, they get it back. But at least it's a better business choice for the tree farm. So.
One thing I want to add is the tree farm is public space. We do close the gates right now, right when the sun sets or shortly after, 30 minutes after, and open them in the morning. So access is usually there all day. There you can park at the White Barn and gain access to the tree farm. If you go there during the day, there's a lot of people running, walking dogs, riding bikes. It's a busy place throughout the day as a park. But most of our rentals are, during the week at least, are from 5 5 to 8 typically. Yep.
Board questions?
Well, I had the one about the taxes, but because there was such a difference, but thank you. I looked at that before and I just finished writing it and it's like, that doesn't look right. Okay.
Yeah, that one pretty much put me over the edge.
Yeah, I can see why it would. Thank you. Thank you for a job well done, though, I think.
Andy?
For the 501c3, you mentioned that consulting your lawyer costs you every time you pick up the phone with him or her. Have you tried Bernie Sanders' office, Peter Welch, Becca Ballant?
We have not. No, I will say we were working with another attorney/accountant prior to the one we're using now. And the reason we had to ask for an extension, our original deadline was 12/31 last year, you recall. And we couldn't meet that because they stopped returning our phone calls. They had all our stuff. We couldn't move forward. So we had to make the quick decision to change counsel in hopes to get this done soon. And we got it done pretty quickly. Well said, and now it's just at the IRS. So
it's an interesting thing.
But I've never thought of that.
Yeah, because when the town and the village separated, there was the question of all of us were supposed to be using Essex Junction as our mailing address, and I contacted Bernie Sanders' office, and within 2 weeks we were able to use Essex as our mailing address. So
to give a little perspective, I just happened to be doing a 501c3 for a Special Olympics, and we submitted that application 1 week before we did the one that Dincy did, and I got back the approval for Special Olympics in 6 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And this one's, it will be 6 months in a week. So it's just, obviously it got in the wrong pile. And, it's a dark abyss. So
just a suggestion to see if they can kick it loose.
I will do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to point out another key a program that uses the tree farm or calls its home now is Top Soccer, and that is a program that kids with disabilities now have access to the tree farm, and they use the facility on Sundays, which is great. So,
and VSA funds that, so that's one of Vermont Soccer's sister or programs that fall under the VSA moniker.
Great. Kendall, any questions?
No, this sounds like a job well done.
I will turn it over to public comment. Anyone in the room or online? All right. Well, thank you for being here and great work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks for the work. Yeah.
Okay. Next up is our recommended Town of Essex Charter amendments from the Charter Review Committee. And I just want to pull up the agenda item here really quickly. Understanding that we've seen these multiple times, what I would like to do is go down through these one by one. There are 8 kind of packets of amendments. So go down through one by one, give the board the opportunity to ask clarifying questions, give the public the opportunity to chime in, comment, and then bring it back to the board to either make a motion or not. So just wanted to outline my general approach, but I'll turn it over to Tammy for an introduction.
Okay. So I'm Tammy Getchell, and I am the staff representative for the Charter Review Committee that was reconvened to take up some questions and comments that were made or that were asked by the Select Board after reviewing their initial recommendations back in 2023. So the Charter Review Committee reconvened in January. They met, pared down a lot of it, basically took a lot of those recommendations out. If they thought that it, they had a lot of discussion surrounding statute, so if they thought it repeated statute, they pulled that out. So essentially they ended up with what they presented to you. I think Charlie and Lorraine presented to you on August 19th. After that, we presented again at the last meeting. Bruce was here to present again a few other additional items. And based on that last meeting, I put together draft questions in the format of what an article question might look like. More so, I guess, just to organize it in a way where it might be a little bit easier to look at each by topic, and have that conversation. And then you can, essentially at this point, the committee's no longer meeting. They've pretty much, that's why I'm the one sitting here. There are people here, though. Dawn has been a part of this. And if Lorraine and Margaret are still online, they're available as well. But essentially they've said, now these are our recommendations. And so either edit, reject, support, change them and put, so I'm here to kind of coordinate whatever it is you're looking to do. So if you have further questions that may require the attorney to answer, then that's what I will do, and I can bring back to you on the 4th. But we do have a deadline of the 4th to be able to put this out. You'd have to warn your public hearings in order to get this on the ballot. So time is of the essence as well. So that's my role here, and I can do what I can to try to answer, and maybe with Dawn's help, and if Lorraine and Margaret are here, if I'm missing a point as to how to answer the questions, I'm sure they can chime in.
And Tammy, before we get rolling here, thank you for breaking these out into sort of more digestible sections.
Okay.
That was extremely helpful.
Okay. You're welcome.
So first we'll go to is the 01 draft amendment to compensate select board. So at this point, it seems pretty straightforward, but I will turn it over to the board for questions, clarifications.
What's the current amount being paid? That's why we changed it.
I mean, my comment's gonna be the same as before. If it says minimum of 500, you could pay us 5,000 or 500. It's up to the select board to set that.
Yeah, I agree with Ethan that it's, we set it in the budget. It's a line item in the budget. There are public hearings about it. It can be discussed. In a lean year, we could choose to pay ourselves less.
Okay.
I'm in favor of not changing it.
Kendall?
I agree.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comment if there is any. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Does anyone want to make a motion, or if not, it would not go to the ballot and remain as is? Second call. Third and final call. Okay, no motion on select board compensation. We will move on to 02 in the packet, amendment to add the energy coordinator. Questions, general comment from select board?
I would just make the comment that there are a lot of towns that have one, and they're very handy at getting grants and money and applying for grants and stuff. On the other hand, though, I'm a little concerned that there's no specific compensation or anything specified.
Ethan?
Yeah, I think that's where I stood on it. Was my understanding of an energy coordinator. In this capacity, where the means of putting it as a permanent position would be a full-time position, potentially at minimum a part-time position. I don't believe that this would be a volunteer position. Maybe I'm wrong, but my question was that was my comment. My question was, does adding this to the charter mean that the town must appoint an energy coordinator. Okay. That's what I was gonna say.
I'm nodding. That's my understanding and interpretation. You'd obviously have to find somebody willing to do it, but yeah, once you put it in the charter, you need to make every effort to do it.
Yeah, and this is a shall appoint.
Shall. That means will.
Yeah, I'm leery of adding a specific position into the charter that requires the town to. Ethan just suggested that it needs to be a paid position. I think I thought in most the emails that we'd seen, most energy coordinators are volunteers. I'm a little concerned about having a required position that the select board appoints and the manager doesn't hire necessarily, and then to whom does that person report? How would it work? If we have a manager council form of government, if the manager wants to hire somebody with a specific or the statutorily defined mission as an energy coordinator, that should be a recommendation by the manager that we would then address through the budgeting process. Energy coordinator statutorily can only work on efficiency and economy. So it is not a climate change person, and so I not in favor.
And yet our own energy committee asked us to find an energy coordinator. The reason we did that.
We can do that without having it in the charter.
Yeah, and I had some of the same concerns without it being noted as a volunteer, whether it's paid, if it is paid, if it is a staff person, where that oversight of work and an employee relationship comes in, if the select board appoints, like what that relationship looks like. Yeah.
I'd be open to hear on the 4th what the statutory tool is of an energy coordinator, and if there's some special leverage. That was a comment from our commission. But if there's no special shake of the stick by having a different name, then I just worry about the implications of financials. I mean, with our committee now, I believe that the town is planning in using the knowledge of our committee in our best interest as we move forward. So that would be my one question for the board.
Sorry, I was just rereading the statutory duties.
Yeah, the second comment is energy coordinator is one of the statutory tools to get us ahead of the curve and to clean up behind it. But there's no reasoning of why.
I think all department heads have responsibility for efficiency and economy in their span of control, and that the question isn't whether we should have, that we need to answer, I think, here is whether we should have an energy coordinator or not. The question is whether we should specify it in the charter. Maybe the discussion of whether we should have an energy coordinator is a budget question or a volunteer question or whatever. But the question that we need to address here is whether it goes in the charter.
But you have your other appointments in there, your other commissions and committees are in the charter. And who the town manager appoints and who the select board appoints. But why wouldn't this go along with the rest of them?
Well, and I think there's unknowns as far as like the town attorney is on there. Well, we pay the town attorney. And the oversight of what goes to the town attorney, yes, we can ask Greg to pass things along. Also, the planning commission, obviously, they have their own statutory authority. We appoint the members of, but I think understanding that relationship a bit more instead of just appointing someone without fully understanding what that relationship looks like, may not serve us as well as we want it to.
Yeah, the Energy Committee is not mentioned anywhere in the charter. The Economic Development Commission is not mentioned anywhere in the charter. We don't list. You don't have to put. We have the authority to establish any committees we want. And none of them are listed in here explicitly. So I don't think there's any reason to explicitly list this. Especially given questions about, is it a paid position? You know, what is the position?
I can only probably speak to I think, and Dawn and anybody can voice, but I think the intent of the committee here is to have that, and possibly even the Energy Committee in coming to the Charter Committee with this proposal, is the commitment. I think that's what they're basically, if you're putting this in your charter, then there's a commitment there to provide an energy coordinator. But those questions that you're talking about, there's a lot of leeway there, and in a lot of the research that I've done and some of the responses that I got is that there is no one way. Many towns, and I think it depends on the size, it depends on the demand from the constituents there. It depends on maybe part of what they already have for businesses in that community, whatever it happens to be. But some of them have energy committees. Some of them have an energy coordinator that's a part of that committee. Some of the positions are paid. I think most of them aren't. I think they are volunteer, as you were saying, Andy. So there is no rhyme or reason to how it's set up, and that does generally come from, likely from this board, or possibly even from votes from their communities. But I think the intent behind this for the Charter Committee's purposes and for the Energy Committee in its approach to the Charter Committee was to just basically, by putting this in the charter, it's a commitment to do so.
Are we ready for public comment? Comments from the public, either in the room or online? Lorraine?
Thank you, Tammy. That was the intent. The intent is, because state statute doesn't require it, and we've asked a number of times to have an energy coordinator. We had Tom on staff who actually did a pretty good job in terms of some of the what I would consider part of the overview in terms of changing out things like smart thermostats or changing to LED. So I disagree in terms of the characterization of this not being related to climate change, because conservation is certainly one of the key points to reducing our carbon footprint and saving money for our town. And a coordinator, the statute leaves it vague because it's not a one size fits all. It's whatever you want to do. You make it how you want to make it. So I think the way we envisioned it really was that it's a volunteer position, and it's simply to start off by coordinating. I heard a lot of questions about communications tonight, and that we could work on communication. It's simply to help coordinate and with the overlap of some of our town planning and with our DRB or whatever, in terms of making sure our carbon footprint is as small as it can be. I've heard it said before that we can have an energy coordinator, so we don't need to put it in statute. The problem is we don't have one. We've been asking for a few years. That there was a public vote. The vote approved it. It was not a small number of people that approved it. And it would be chartered because there's no commitment to it. And that is the intent of the work. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I don't know that I can elaborate any more than that. Thanks. Oh, and also I believe the Energy Committee has also a member who's interested in volunteering for that.
Trying to decide whether I want to ask my next question because I don't know whether it's completely related to the charter amendment. Yeah, I'm not going to go there.
Part of me says if you want to have an energy coordinator, it should be appointed by the manager in case it is an employee, and then the employee is being directed by the manager. Because the select board, other parts of the charter say that the select board cannot direct the actions of employees, and so that's where it's a little difficult. I think if you put it in here and it's a select board appointed person, it must be a volunteer. Because other parts of our charter say the select board cannot direct actions of employees. So we can't assign some responsibilities to a town employee.
Agreed. Which is why I would support it being a completely voluntary position, or I would support the Energy Committee coming and asking one of those volunteers to be appointed as energy coordinator, or I would support the building manager, superintendent being appointed through the town manager. But I'm not in favor of the charter. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
I don't know that an energy coordinator or the title energy coordinator would preclude the town manager from creating another staff position with a different title that would have some overlap. I'm not understanding why that would preclude another staff position from something that might work in tandem.
I'm also not in favor.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Would anyone like to make a motion on the energy coordinator? Going 2 times.
I'm just really confused that you guys sent this back to the charter committee. You've had all this time to contact the charter committee, and now you're just voting everything down. I'm a little confused with this action.
When did we send?
Last time you sent it back, when Bruce was here, you didn't give him any direction. We didn't meet again. You didn't express any of your concerns.
Was this 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, you were. I got it. You were.
Yeah, I wasn't here, but I know that questions were asked,
But
and
I'm just
basically
saying-
it was, yeah, no, contact an attorney. I'm not going to go there.
It's just feeling like, to me, it's a lot of negativity towards these proposals right now, where we've had all this time to discuss it, and now all of a sudden when it's time to vote, you're all against it. But you didn't convey any of this to the charter committee.
I raised all of these same questions.
Me too. Yeah, I know.
But you didn't discuss. You didn't bring them. You sent a letter to the charter committee that half of them didn't even get in time for the last meeting. I don't know. I'm just saying. There seems to be an awful lot of negativity in this discussion, and I'm just concerned now. All the work that committee put into this, it's starting to sound like it was a waste of time. But go ahead and continue, and we'll go from there. I just wanted on the record that I'm between the work Tammy did and the work the charter committee did. It's just like, where were these questions before?
I know I sent questions back, I believe in August, if not before. So
I'll make a comment too.
So with no motion, we're going to move along to item 3, subchapters 1 and 3 ordinances. So this has some removals, some additions. Is there any clarifying questions from the board? One thing that I did see is for the effective date, there's not an option for unless the ordinance dictates otherwise. If there is planning or other considerations that would impact a start or effective date, it would be good to have an effective date other than simply, date of passage, if it, like, when it's voted in by the members. So if we need like a month or two to set up a structure to handle whatever the ordinance is, that it would be good to have that stated in the vote section, as well as the section that if it's effective by us voting.
Doesn't the GovOps tell you that? Didn't they give you a date on the last charter change?
Ordinances don't go to.
Don't go to the, oh, okay.
No, they don't go
Sorry.
to the legislature.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
so I'm confused. It does say unless otherwise specified in the ordinance.
It only says that for, let me get back
Section
to the
303,
part.
effective date.
Right, section 303.
And that's not new language. That's what we already have. That's what we currently have, right? It's just been moved, I think.
Yeah,
A
it
couple-
wasn't
a couple
clear
words
to me
have been
because
added.
every ordinance shall become effective upon passage unless otherwise specified in the ordinance, understanding that. And then if adoption of the ordinance by the select board is conditioned, shall become effective upon a favorable vote. So that's the part
Oh,
that,
and
so
that's
if
that
it's like
next-
the day of when
Yeah,
it
yeah, that-
passes versus.
Right. That language, that next sentence is a new add. That was not in the previous.
Yeah.
Right.
I did ask the question 2 weeks ago about removing the word final in final passage. Did we look into the implications of that?
Final.
Under 305 instead of 4. But I think it's actually 3054, or it's not crossed out.
I think it's crossed out. Just
It's
can't
crossed
see
out.
it crossed out. It's red,
Coincident
red
with
on
the
red.
crossbar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see all the others, but oh yeah. But that was my question originally, was repeal of ordinances, because well, I don't know, but my question was, is that a legal term, final passage? Because the the select board passes things all the time that aren't finalized until public hearing and final passage, and so would something be able to be repealed before it would be final approved?
The way the ordinances are passed now, I think it would still be proposed this way, is that the select board has, they pass the ordinance, and then there's a public hearing, and once there's no additional comments, then it becomes final passage. So the ordinances are a little bit different from the other things that you finalize, in that there is a
Right. Final
approval.
passage.
Right.
Right, but the word final is removed in this.
Right.
I'm not sure. I do not recall why Don, do you remember why the word final was crossed out? I don't
No, I'm
I don't
looking.
recall that. And I don't know if that was in the original. I think that may have been an original recommendation from the committee way back when. I think in my interactions with the reconvened committee, the biggest discussion we discussed was the difference between repeal and rescission, and looking that piece up. But these other words, I'm not sure. All I can say though is that this section was reviewed by the town attorney in 2023, and that was not picked up on. But it could be a question we pull out and ask specifically.
And this may be, I did have trouble following this one with the changes in movement. But but it sounds like repeal of any ordinance is only by a vote of the entire town. So I had the question of, does that mean that any repeals need to go through a public vote, or only ordinances that were final from a public vote? And I don't know if we've ever repealed one. We've replaced and updated ones, but I don't know the last time an ordinance was repealed.
It says ultimately it doesn't matter what word is used and doesn't need to be changed. Repealed is usually used in the context of when select board or city council is going to nullify a previously adopted ordinance. They repeal it.
But the way this is worded, it sounds like the only way you can repeal an ordinance is through this process. That's the concern that Tracy's bringing up, and I also have, that the select board can repeal any ordinance by going through the normal ordinance change process. That's why I think the difference between rescission and repeal is important here, because the select board wouldn't do a rescission. The rescission is initiated by the public. And that was some of the definition there. And the other thing here is this section, it references 24 VSA 1973. If you go to 24 VSA 1973, it talks about a permissive referendum to disapprove an ordinance. So this is, in some sense, repeating statute, but it's making it very confusing by saying this is how the process you have to follow to repeal an ordinance. I think I'd be more comfortable if it said, if rescission stayed there, or if we explicitly said permissive referendum to disapprove an ordinance, because that's the process that, again, if you go to 1973, it references another section of ordinance that talks about the disapproval. And so I sorry, Don, I don't support the language that's there around the rescission. And in a broader sense, it does say in the discussion that the reason for doing this is to make this is rearranging and changing wording. It's not actually changing how we do things. And so is it worth going through all of the effort to go through a charter change, to shuffle language around and change words here and there? I'm questioning whether that's needed.
I don't think there was a lot of, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the committee, I think that the original change for repeal was that was the original recommendation. The reconvened committee, I don't think really had a side on this one. It was just, let's figure out the difference between rescission and repeal. We did some research on that and said, well, let's make it use the word repeal, which matches the statute. But it apparently we've even received, the notice from the attorney saying it really doesn't matter. You can leave rescission in there and it's going to, keep it the same way. So it's probably easier to just leave it alone. And I don't think the committee this wasn't one of the strong points, I don't think, as far as making sure the word repeal was in there. But again, I'm just kind of trying to speak on behalf of the committee, and and some members are here, so they can correct me on that if they wish.
Do we want to go to public comment, or do we still have clarifying questions? Move it to public comment on the ordinance proposed change. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Someone would like to make a motion? Going once, Going twice. Okay, we will move on to number 4, which is the organization item. One thing that I did want to note on, and I'm speaking first so I don't forget. So in this one, we have the uppercase B replaced with the lowercase b. That's for select board, whenever select board is mentioned. That's also in item number 8. So I want to make sure that if this one does move forward and the last one moves forward, that if one is voted up, the other is voted down, that we're not in conflict with changing that uppercase b to a lowercase b. And if I've just confused everybody, please let me know.
The history there is that all of those occurrences where it says select and then board used to say select man or select men. And so this was an administrative change that was done by the legislature without our request. And so if it's important that we change it to select board with a lowercase b, I think that could be another request could be made for an administrative change to do that. Again, sorry, Don, I'm going to say I think most of what's in here is unnecessary. The adding the in 204C where it says adding change of residence outside the town as a reason for removing a select board member. 24 VSA 961 already says, and the section is vacancy or suspension of officers' duties and or removes from town is listed already in statute as a reason for a vacancy or a position to be considered vacant. And so statute already covers that. And so
is that statute listed in our charter?
It doesn't have to be. We don't list the entirety of statute in our charter, and so it's already covered by statute. The other things in here is that questions around the moderator statute titles or 17 section 2657, which says moderator, says a municipal meeting shall be called to order by the moderator or in his or her absence by a select board member who shall preside until a moderator pro temp is chosen. So again, that's already in statute. It says a select board member opens the meeting instead of the town clerk, which is what's proposed here. So I think that section is already covered by statute. I also, in general, because we've gone to a all town business to be handled by ballot, putting a lot of changes in here around the moderator seems unnecessary to me. So I'm not in favor of adding in the moderator section. So again, I'm not in favor of any of the changes proposed here, except potentially asking the GovOps to correct the uppercase B to the lowercase b.
Ethan?
I have the same feelings. The only thing I'd like to see changed in this whole section is the select board attendance to be 25% of the meetings. No, 75%. I apologize. I was reading it backwards.
Failure to attend. Okay, yeah.
But that was brought up a long time ago and nobody else thought it was important, so we're just gonna move on.
That's because you want to take half a year off.
No, I thought I could take half the term off, but you reminded me I can only do that every calendar year. More vacations. No, really though, that was one of my original questions. Was somebody who is not a charter person explain to me why this needs to be changed and what's the significance of the change. And unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of detail given on a lot of the items of what is the importance of changing it and why it should be changed. And thank you, Andy, for bringing some material and research there, because I didn't know that a lot of those things were brought up. Yeah.
I'm not sure if she has a hand cramp.
I am. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I don't want to interrupt. So the change of resident, essentially everything you see on this page, other than the board, changing the word board to select board, and that was me making that in there because I thought it needed to be consistent through the charter. But all of the other pieces are in there from the town attorney, and the charter review committee. So the charge from the charter review committee on this section was define incapacity, because if you remember the original review from 2023, which I know this is tech and go try to remember way back when in August of 2023, when it was reviewed, the discussion was about the word incapacity. What does incapacity mean? How do we define incapacity? And those were the questions being asked at the select board table. So those were the questions being asked of the charter review committee. So in trying to find out what incapacity means, I know Lorraine had spent some time, she spent some time with the state trying to figure out what the word incapacity means. They said you shouldn't even use the word. And then the town's attorney suggested that you need to define what incapacity means. So they added the words change of residence outside of the town. Even though it's in statute, they recommended that was added in there to help with that definition. Then, without asking them, meaning Bill and Alexis Esposito, who assisted Bill with the research for this piece, informed us that they believe that the select board members, should be separated from the town moderator in this section, and then proposed that additional blue that you see down at the bottom. So that wasn't even actually something we asked the attorney to provide to us. We just said, can you help us with the word incapacity? And they are the ones that suggested that we needed to separate out those two pieces. I can do a follow-up to Bill and Alex to ask for more information about that. Like, what are the reasons, and is it because we're listing the moderator? What if we took the moderator completely out? Maybe there's more questions we need to ask there about that change. The committee essentially just said, well, if the town attorney has recommended that, then that's what we'll put in our recommendation. So I don't think there was much more from the charter committee on this, other than they did the research on the word incapacity.
So is 204C1, where it says incapacity shall include the failure by any member, blah, 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 is that entire section new?
No, only what's in blue is new, but they did bump it down to that. Like the attorney took it from being a part of C and then made it to a
subject.
A C1.
Not new language, it was just within the paragraph.
Yeah, because I do really like in C where it clarifies that, in those cases, remaining members eligible to fill that position until the next annual or special meeting, because it wasn't specifically spelled out and stated. I mean, it was inferred, but you know what happens when you infer things. You're half the time you're right, half the time you're wrong. So I think that clarity is important. Ethan?
I have two thoughts real quick. I'm gonna stay on yours because you're on it, and then I'm gonna jump to the other one. But the way I read it without the blue was that, in the event of death, resignation, or incapacity of any select board member, the remaining members of the select board, or selectmen back in the day, may appoint a person eligible to fill that position at, well, I don't know what it said.
Period.
Yeah, period. But then it says at the next annual. It's like a lot of these edits, words were removed or changed and not reflected the original. And I had a, original questions, because that should have read at the next, they can appoint somebody to fill that position. And then at the next annual meeting, the vacancy shall be filled by serving the remaining balance of the term, which would mean electing a position to fill the remaining of the term. In the new language, it says, in the event that the select board is unable to agree upon an interim replacement until the next annual or special meeting, a special election shall be held forthwith to fill the position. It doesn't say anything about filling the remaining term.
Yeah, so, well, here's the thing. So the initial language as it stands right now, may appoint a person eligible to fill that position, period. At the next annual meeting, the vacancy shall be filled by serving the remaining balance of the term. But the thing is that if you filled that position, you're inferring, like, where is the vacancy? Because the position is filled. So it didn't specifically say that the select board would appoint the person only until the next annual or special meeting, which I think that blue, until the next annual or special meeting, is important, because then it's a true vacancy, because there's an end date where before it didn't have that. Yeah.
But in certain situations, like for myself, I was elected to a position that was a position that could have been, served and appointed by, actually was appointed by the select board, and was going to be fulfilled for a year and 3/4. That person you guys appointed could have filled that position for the year and 3/4, right?
No.
But they decided
just
not
till the next
to.
town meeting.
Until,
But that's policy or that's practice?
a statute.
Statute.
That's statute.
Charter.
But, right, it's the charter,
statute?
but my point is that the charter could be a heck of a lot clearer to make that designation that when the select board appoints the person to fill that position, that it is only until the next annual or special meeting. This part has always confused me.
Yeah, and sorry, because I getting hung up on the change. I think the existing charter says that the person would be appointed until the next town meeting. Some of the changes are talking about the next annual or special meeting. Yeah. The special meeting would be to hold an election if you can't agree before the town meeting. So when there's the additions of the next annual or special meeting, the special meeting is probably, like I said, look at the folks with the charter. If there's not a special meeting planned, I think that complicates things a little bit.
Yeah, there's
Why-
something in there about holding an election forthwith if you don't.
I think a special meeting would have been like if something, I'm trying to think.
Was already planned.
Right.
Otherwise, a special meeting is,
Right.
special election is a special meeting.
Right.
Right. Because if we can't agree, say, I resign or I'm ineligible, if y'all can't agree on
Your replacement,
the
then it has to
candidate
go-
to replace me, then that's where that blue
Yep.
comes in the event the select board is unable to agree,
Right.
then it's at the next annual or special meeting.
Where does it say in the charter that the select board must be a full 5-member board? Does it say that?
It does.
It does.
Yeah.
Is there any provisions in that section?
I'm looking for it.
I don't know if that's state statute or if that's an Essex statute.
No, state statute is 3 members. You elect 1 a year, because our charter says in 202A there shall be a select board consisting of 5 members, and then B says the terms of office of the select board members shall be for 3 years. And then unless necessary to fill a vacancy, no more than 2 select board members shall be elected in any annual meeting.
Right, so the board consists of 5 members, but I interpret that to say
Yeah, 4.
you don't have to, we may
Right.
appoint a person to fill.
Right.
At the next election, that's when the language around, that vacancy or the
Right, so if you have
positions
2
would be.
people that are running for a 3-year term, and then you have another person that's running to fill another term, it can't be another 3-year term, because then you're electing 3 people
Right. Like the year.
for a 3-year term, and you can't do that according to the charter. It says no more than 2 select board members shall be elected in the annual meeting. So, because then the next time, 3 years, you'd have to have 3 elections, you'd have to have 3, which is not allowed in here. So you can't elect somebody for a 3rd person for a 3-year term, according to the charter.
So my I guess my question, to redirect my question is, there's nothing that requires the town of Essex to hold a 5-member select board. So in the case.
Yes, there is.
I thought you just said that, it said may appoint, may
There
appoint.
shall be a select board consisting of 5 members.
Shall be.
Shall.
But then what's it say about the resigning? It says you may appoint.
Yeah. The select board may appoint a person eligible to fill that position.
Right, they don't have to.
They don't have
And if we don't,
It goes to the next election.
no, then it says you have to hold an election forthwith, whichever forthwith means, to fill the vacancy. So if we can't agree, then we depending on how close you are to the election, you could wait until the election and not appoint somebody. But if it's, I mean, we haven't in the past. We've always appointed somebody. Not always, as long as I've been on the board, but I'm trying to figure out, right, does
If
it
we
say
need to make
until
that a
the,
requirement, because we may want it to be a requirement, but if it's not required under our charter, and the word may is portrayed to, you may do it, but if you cannot, then there's the next election. I mean, it would suck to have 4 members, but there's nothing saying that you must have a special election, and let's just say, throw the cost out there of $16,000 roughly for an election, right? Unless it's changed, 10, 16, something like that. But
if it's 2 months from
Right,
when
then
we
you
would
just wait.
normally, yeah.
because if you put this in there, this doesn't say anything about waiting within 60 days or 30 days or, this says if you cannot make an agreement, a special election shall be held to fill the position. So you must hold a special election.
Mhm.
There's no date on what, where, when.
Right, depends on what your interpretation of forthwith is.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a big word.
Forthwith. Cool whip.
Forth.
I would just say maybe there's some as far as like the may appoint a person eligible. I mean, this is just spitballing here, but I'm thinking that that's possible so that it doesn't hold up the actual business of the select board, so that you're not tied to say we can't hold a business meeting, we can't conduct business because we haven't appointed that select board seat. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, that maybe that's one reason why, it's saying the select board shall be 5 members, but it doesn't have all of those strict time frames right here for that reason. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, so maybe this doesn't make sense, but
Yeah, I totally understand that part of the select board in a whole, in our charter, is 5 members. But in 204 subsection C, specifically, in the event of death, resignation, or incapacity, the remaining members of the board may. As soon as that sentence hits may, and that, the way I read it, and I'm not the best reader, is it's an option.
right. And I'm thinking it's for a couple of reasons. One, so that they can continue to conduct business
Right.
without being in violation of the charter.
Right.
And 2, like what Andy and Tracy were saying, is like, what if, town meeting is only a month away. Do you want to, are you, if you're tied and you say that they shall appoint and they have to do this within a certain time frame, then you're tied to having to hold that special election, whereas it may make sense to just conduct your business with 4 members.
And then at the next annual meeting, the vacancy shall be filled by serving the remaining balance of the term.
Right.
To keep the terms. And, that was a lot of my comments when I read through this originally was from somebody at a lower reading level and somebody that doesn't understand a lot about legalities. Why are we complicating something that doesn't need to be complicated? And did we just decide to make all these edits because we wanted to put the change of residence outside the town in there, or was there an issue in this section?
It was the word incapacity.
Right, but this is
which was actually
this is
an
an
existing
incapacity.
charter.
This is above incapacity.
But that's where it started.
No, I know.
Yeah, because the other recommendations on this page did not come from the committee.
Right.
It came from the lawyer.
They came from the lawyer.
So you won't be mad if we say no on this page?
Well, I mean, we could tell Bill. I can tell Bill. This is too legal sounding, Bill. I don't know.
Yeah, but it was also to make everything flow better and put it together in one spot. That was the other thing he did.
So, one more quick question. I'll be quiet, I promise. The town moderator part, did that come from a different section, or did we make all that up?
The attorney added that.
Okay, so yeah, that solidifies my position.
Okay. Andy?
It just seems to me that a sentence is missing, because it does say right here, at the next annual meeting, I'm looking at the charter that's online today. At the next annual meeting, the vacancy shall be filled by serving the remaining balance of the term, and so.
You're talking about the May?
No, I'm talking about the fact that when you do elect somebody, it's for the balance of the term. It's not for.
It's not the balance of the term, though, Andy.
When somebody's elected, they're elected for the balance.
They're elected, yeah.
But not when they're appointed.
Not when they're appointed, no. Because it says explicitly in here, but I don't see it in the proposed change. Or am I missing it? At the next annual meeting, the vacancy shall be filled.
May appoint.
Where is that?
Under C, it says you may appoint a person eligible to fill the position.
It's
But then where's the sentence that says?
I think it's meant to be until the next annual or special meeting.
Right.
But again, we're going from one implication to the other implication. So
No, but this change control section here is missing a sentence that's not shown as being crossed out. Oh no, there it is. It is crossed out at the next annual meeting. Blah blah blah. It's right there. Why? Yeah. Why? Right. Why are we changing that? I think taking that sentence out.
Okay. So
if there are specific questions I can bring to Bill, I can do that. If you'd like me to do that, to bring that back to you on the 4th.
Do we want that to come back to us?
I think because that line got changed, Andy, because it didn't say or special meeting. It just says next annual meeting. But in the event that you can't come up with an appointment and have to hold a special meeting to fulfill the.
Right, that language is already in there. Also, this is just moved. The blue text that's there, it says the event the select board is unable to agree. That's already in there. That's just moved, so that's why it's blue and underlined. That already exists.
It's in there, correct. That's not an addition or anything.
Even the special election shall be held?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a requirement now?
Yeah. It's already in our charter.
Oh, sorry, then that's I misspoke on that then.
It's moved. That's why it's underlined.
It got consolidated to make it easier to read, right?
I needed my first set of
Yeah, it
notes
says in the event the board is
have
able to
the-
agree on an interim replacement until the next annual town meeting, a special election shall be held forthwith to fill the position. That's in our charter today.
Okay.
It's just in a slightly different place.
Right.
That's why it appears to be new text in here. It's not.
Right. Sorry. So I misspoke on that, and I probably was clear on that on the.
Same with the moderator then?
No, that was town
No, the
attorney.
moderator's a whole new
yeah,
section.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's all new wording?
Yes.
And how come we're using the same color coding?
For this piece,
Underlining?
because the, if you look up at the top where it says per 17 VSA 2645, deleted matter is struck through and new matter is underlined. I actually just kept the colors in there just to make it a little more clear, but there's actually, like, it doesn't have the Tammy color code thing that you guys had on the
Oh, yeah,
first
like
thing.
what's
It
new
shows what's
text,
moved,
what's
yeah.
moved text, the green
Right.
The green is what I was looking for.
The green is what you're looking for, and I know the green was what I was looking for too. And that's when I said, "Oh, this is all attorney." But no, yeah, on the original presentation, you would see that you would have seen exactly what Andy's just pointing out. But for the purposes of what would be put into an article, this is how it would have to look. Actually, minus the colors, it would actually all be black.
So with that, if everybody's okay, I'm gonna go to public comment. Does anybody have public comment on the organization? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure? Does anyone feel like making a motion? First call.
I wouldn't make the motion, but I would like to have this one come back because I feel that specifying the residence is very important based on some things that are happening.
I think it's already in statute and is unnecessary.
Yeah, Kendall, if it's already in statute, does that change your stance?
I'm not sure the statute specifies enough what residents mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it says or removes from town, which is maybe ambiguous, yes.
Yeah, okay.
If it is right clear in there that it says remove from town specifies you're no longer a resident, then I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So I'll call for a second time. Call for a third time. No motion on item 4. Let me get back to item 5, town manager and subchapter 5 personnel.
I got a question.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Andy.
In section 402A, it suggests removing constables from the appointed list. If you go to statute, I know the reference or the statute that's referenced in the explanation does say that the appointment of constables is optional. But if you look at 17 VSA 2646(7), it says a constable must be elected unless they're must be elected. And so although the one statute says there's an option to appoint them, if you don't appoint them, you have to elect them. And so I think we need to, and similarly for cemetery commissioners, if you don't appoint them, you have to elect them. And so I'm concerned about removing these things without fully vetting
What we would then have to do.
all of them. What we would then have to do, because then if you do want to remove constables from being appointed, you have to have a specific question, I think, that says, do we then want to make them appointed? But somebody has to appoint them. If we're, you either leave it as it is or you move it so that they're appointed by the select board.
So when was the last time we appointed or elected
I think we do.
constable
I
for
think
Essex?
we appoint the constable every year through our police department. Somebody in our police department is the appointed constable, and the town manager does that as needed. And then
Really? I was gonna say, I've never seen that in
I'll have to
many
look into
years.
that one, yeah. I don't recall having done that, but it's certainly possible.
I thought some of the explanation I got in my
I'm not sure Milton is still electing theirs, but the last time I voted in Milton, we elected ours. In,
Wait, but
in
I
Georgia,
said Essex does not.
I understand. But I'm just saying in towns in general, there's still a requirement because
It statute says you have, if you're not
friend
appointing
is the
them, you have to
constable in Georgia.
But I
elect.
don't think you need a constable if you have a police department. I think that's why we stopped appointing and electing a constable when we established our own. But
Then we have to have a vote whether to, I don't know, maybe there was a vote at some point. That's the other thing, is we you know, I know it's a lot of work to go back and figure out, okay, did we ever vote to remove constables, or to remove the requirement that we have a constable? It's not in our charter. Statute says you must elect from your eligible voters a first constable.
well, it's the same with grand juror. Since we stopped doing the poll tax, I can't remember we ever appointed or elected a grand juror anymore. I'm just saying, this was stuff that you don't see us do any. I mean, that's the purpose of taking it out, Andy.
I just want to make sure that we're not having unintended consequences at some point in the future, saying, well, you're supposed to have a constable. Who is it?
Tammy, did Bill look into that?
No. So this is something we can ask Bill on. But so looking at Andy's questions for all of these today, I would agree with the constable, with the observation on the constables, because the current statute says that there's like a plan. Okay, the manager's going to appoint. If you remove that, then the general charter for all municipalities says then you'll elect. So if you don't have a method in your charter specifically called out and named, then you end up having to elect it. I think the reasoning from the committee to remove it from this particular section was that it shouldn't be an appointment by the manager. However, if it's not an appointment by the manager, then it should probably be named as an appointment by the select board. Either way, it likely would have to stay in there, or I think Andy's right, and you would end up having to elect that position. As far as like the grand juror, there is statute that says that this is a select board appointment and it is optional. There's nothing that says that you have to elect a grand juror, so that was removed from appointments by the town manager. The cemetery commissioners, there's a lot on the cemetery commissioners actually that you can find on this, and some of it's under the statute under health. But this, I'm going to read my notes here, but these, again, cemetery commissioners are being proposed to be removed from the manager's appointments in the statute, and the statute would support either an election or an appointment by the select board. In either case, it wouldn't be the manager's appointment. So that's why it was removed from this section. And as far as whether or not the cemetery commissioners would be elected or appointed would be based on whether or not the cemetery that they are in charge of is going to be now separate from the town and no longer a select board. It ceases to be under the select board's management and responsibility. So if that's the vote that's taken, then at that point you have to elect cemetery commissioners. If the cemetery is still under the town's responsibility, then you can appoint commissioners, but the select board would be the ones to do that. And as far as looking at what I could find, as far as cemeteries go, the cemeteries in the town are not listed as 501c3 organizations, and they would have to be set up as a 501c3 in order to be a separate entity from the town to be able to process things such as payments for burials and, that sort of thing. And none of the town's cemeteries are listed. There was one in the Junction that I could find, and I don't know if at one point in time this charter was written based on the fact that there was one in the village. I'm not sure. There's an association there. But I know that sounded very complicated, but that was cemetery. The health officer is, and also the fire warden, they are appointed by the commissioners of the state. And it's based on a recommendation by the select board. So again, not that we're being removed, it's just statute and it's just select board recommendation. You could still, in this case, you could still have the manager could still interview for health officers or fire wardens and make a recommendation, and then the select board approves that recommendation. If you keep it the way it is, then the manager makes the recommendation to the select board then goes back, and then the manager officially makes an appointment, and then we are still having to make the recommendation to the commissioner who actually does the appointment. So it's just like a lot of extra steps in there. Let me see. Fence viewers is also an optional appointment, and the inspector of lumber and shingles is an optional appointment.
It does say May for them.
Right.
See if your fences are straight.
Right.
They're not.
And if they're not in your charter, you still have them in statute in other places. Like you still could, they could decide the select board could decide at some later point in time they wanted to appoint an inspector of lumber and shingles, and they could still do that because there's a statute that supports it. It's just not in the charter, in this charter, but there is statute that says that you may do that. So it doesn't cancel anything out, other than it avoids having to make the manager that middleman in the process. And please, Dawn and if Lorraine, if you're on there, please correct me if I've gotten that wrong.
No, you
but
got it. Very good. That's exactly the reasoning behind it.
My concern with the health officer is that's a paid position in Essex.
Yeah.
Some towns it's not.
Correct.
And so that's why I'm concerned about removing health officer from manager appointment, because then we could be appointing somebody who has to be paid.
Right. Well, it's all in the commitment that you want to put into the charter, right? It's
Right.
all about and we kind of had that conversation about the energy coordinator. It's all in what piece of that commitment do you want? I mean, would the process continue the same? It certainly could continue the same. Do you want it to be hard-lined into the charter? I mean, then you would list a health officer as an appointment for the manager, which honestly, either way, is not going to likely change the process. The process is going to remain the same.
Right. If the process is going to remain the same, why go through the effort of?
Right. I will say that, I mean, the cemetery commissioners and doing that piece, I mean, that's health officer. So maybe in that case, the cemetery commissioners, it does seem like a lot of, like even the appointment letters kind of sounds funny because it's on such and such a date, the select board approved the appointment of the manager it's just a lot of, which is a lot of extras where it's just the select board has appointed you. And maybe it has to be that simple, just as part of the other committees that you appoint. So, and I guess in this case, I am kind of like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Maybe we should maybe we need to consider all of these and then say, well, is this something that is, I mean, maybe the health officer has some value in staying in there for the reasons that you're saying. Maybe it just adds to a level of extra steps that maybe we don't need to do. It's really your call. But as far as the constable, we could follow up on that because I think you're right on that one. I do.
So in another section, 501, that's struck through, I'm against removing that because we often counsel select board members that they can't direct employees. I think that's what one of the important things that this section says. We at least need to keep the first sentence. All town employees not elected by the voters shall be appointed, supervised, and removed by the town manager unless otherwise specified in this charter. I think that's important to keep in there.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep that there as well. I was actually going to note that before you said the first sentence, but the definition of discrimination has changed since this language was added to the charter. So I was gonna suggest referring to current state statute, but I agree with Andy. I think it's important to retain the first sentence.
Maybe the third too, just strike the one about the
Appointments, layoff.
appointments, layoffs,
suspensions,
suspensions, promotions, demotions, and removal shall be made primarily in the base, well.
Yeah, I think we're
yeah,
getting into
no, yeah, that's personnel stuff.
collective bargaining agreements.
Our notes say that that first sentence doesn't support the
Library director.
yeah. Is that still the case?
My argument there is that the library trustees have no means to pay their library director. And so the library director must be a town employee
Bless you.
in order to get paid and get HR support, or get, to get the HR benefits, right? So I think we could establish an MOU with the library trustees that that clarifies that relationship. But I still strongly believe that the library director is also an employee of the town. Statute says that the library director may be selected by the library trustees. And in fact, it does say may, because some libraries in Vermont are run by the trustees. They do not have a library director.
But would that be a true sentence then, to say that? So if you were to say, in place of all town employees, if you were to say the library director shall be appointed, supervisor, and removed by the town manager unless otherwise specified by this charter?
So then maybe we need to add in an exception there for the library director.
Yeah. I think that was the only comment that we had gleaned from the 2023 review from the select board. So that was the question that was asked at this reconvened committee, was about that one sentence. And then looking at the paragraph and looking at like you were talking about the discrimination and all of this piece. And then that's why the whole thing ended up being just removed, simply because it's part of a policy. The policy's changed. This doesn't even apply. So that's why that's removed. And that's the context. Doesn't mean that it can't, you can't add some of that back. That makes sense, I think. But that's just, I think, where the committee was coming from.
But again, I could ask the question, is it worth going through the entire charter change process for that paragraph? I also have objections to 403B about that adds the willfully make false statements for all persons, or no person in the service of the town shall willfully make any false statement. I don't know how we're going to adjudicate that. I don't know because if it's in the charter, I think this is probably something that's, for our employees at least, is in our it's in their employment agreements, I would think, but I don't know for sure. But I don't know how we enforce this. I don't know if this sets us up to have residents sue us for not following this section because they believe it's been violated. I don't know how you defend against that, or how you...
So all I can tell you on that one is that that particular paragraph was reviewed by Bill back in 2023, and he didn't make any comments about it. And it was an addition then. So it was left in there by this committee. They basically, the only change they made, they just said not to take it out. They took out a lot of other things, but they left that one piece in. Mm-hmm. So I would say either I could follow up with Bill on that and ask those particular questions. you know, or you could remove that piece. Again, each of these draft articles, if there's things about them that you don't want to include, you know, you can change that. I mean, it's not a whole or you know, it would be once you make that question, but I mean, I basically parsed this out into what seemed like logical sections. You know, you could take a specific, like if 501, if you wanted to have a specific article on that one piece, which doesn't seem to make much sense unless you were considering the whole section change, you know, then you might be able to make a change on that one paragraph. If that ends up being the only change, then maybe it's not worth the article, right? I think that's what you're trying to consider, but so as far as like that one particular piece, if that's, you know, I can come back on the 4th with more information and ask those particular questions. But
I thought, Tammy, that was more in regards to people lying on their job applications too about their credentials.
There probably
I
was
think that was
reasons
part of-
as to why some people wanted it on there or wanted to keep it on there.
I'd also like to ask Bill about implications for collective bargaining agreements. No person in service of the town, that means any volunteer, that means anybody helping out, that means any employee, that means anyone who is serving in some capacity the town. So it would be nice to have clarification on what exactly this means, understanding that there's not any, you know, just having this in here, yes, it's a prohibition, but what bad thing is going to happen if
Yep.
somebody does that? And without that, I think all it does is really kind of opens us up to liability.
Yep.
So understanding that for the 4th would be helpful.
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to open it up for a quick public comment on the town manager personnel section. Seeing that, hi, Greg.
Hi. If you're considering this one too under section 402A, I would recommend against the after consultation with the select board. I'd recommend not including that. And then there's some, I think, related language of if needed, the town manager may appoint any officer that the select board has not filled within 45 days. I think I was one of the ones who flagged the section originally of just, there was a little bit confusing about the town manager shall appoint with approval of the select board and not quite knowing how that's been, should be interpreted. We've interpreted it in past practice has been that the manager makes an appointment for those positions listed and then goes to the select board for final approval. And if we're going to stick with that practice, that's fine. I think it's just knowing that that's a practice. I think to add the after consultation with the select board, it just potentially extends the hiring process. It makes it a little bit more complicated, potentially more confusing, just about what that consultation process looks like. And then the manager would appoint one of these positions and then have to go back to the select board for approval. I think it just drags out that process. So I would recommend against keeping that in if you decide to do other things in this section.
So I guess I have a question then. So say you offer somebody a job and then bring it to us and the select board doesn't agree with you, then what happens?
They don't get the job.
But you already offered it to them.
Conditional upon approval of the select board.
And it says that somewhere when you're offering it to them? I don't
It
know.
would.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do the same for like fingerprint supported background checks that, I mean, I've had somebody working for me for over a month before their fingerprint background check came back. And if it didn't, then we'd have to have a conversation.
So you hear the metal bars clang.
All right, so not seeing any, let me just check one more time. Not seeing any comment on that one from members of the public. It sounds like we're going to hear back on the 4th. So I'm going to move along to...
So can we just make it clear what we're asking for the 4th, I think?
Yes, please.
I have concerns about the list of removals from appointment, just to make sure that we don't then have to elect any of those. I'm also concerned about the health officer being a paid position and the select board appointing or recommending for the commissioner to appoint. The 501, leaving the first sentence and adding an exception for the library director. And then the implications of 403B with regard to who it applies to and how it, would work.
Yep. I gotcha. All right. Tamara, you good?
I think so. There's no question about the discrimination language in there. That's just something basically you would just want to remove out of there, you think? Or are you going to leave it in there? Or do you have questions about it? I think that was just.
I'm sure there's already statute that says
Yeah.
that we can't discriminate. So I'm comfortable with taking that
Recording in progress.
Oh.
out rather than trying to keep it in sync with statute.
Right. Yeah. But no questions for Bill on that, as far as like that to return. Okay.
I don't think so.
I think I'm clear.
If
Thank
not,
you.
we would be in violation of other statutory language. So moving along to, I think this is 06, the town annual report with the proposed budget. This would change it to, not change it, but it would add language to distribute a postcard to all Essex households that to notify that the town report and the warning for the annual meeting is available. Any questions, concerns, clarifications? Ethan?
You know, from my calculations, it could be less now, but I'm just gonna use the number of $1. That's what it cost the residents of the town of Essex to receive this information yearly, each. Cost about $1. It's actually less than $1 now, but I think this is a giant mistake.
What do you mean it costs?
Cost $1 to get your annual report every year.
Costs a lot more to print them, Ethan.
Per taxpayer?
Yeah.
Or per capita, I should say.
Doesn't it? I mean,
So the town, the town spent $10,339 in printing and postage to distribute the annual reports in February of this year. So if you're breaking that down on a per resident cost,
Per resident.
I see.
it would be roughly $1 per person.
That's what got me into politics. If you want to call it politics, local government. But I got my packet in the mail, and I hiked my butt down to the high school and sat next to some friends I still talk to today. I just think that there's so many people that don't know what's going on for such a small cost. You get, I don't know how many of these we printed, but I can guarantee these cost a lot more than the paper we use for the annual report.
Yeah.
How many
I
of
don't know
these-
how much they cost.
How many of these did we print?
Not many.
Not
Not like
many.
not.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
That makes me feel better. I better give mine back then.
Okay.
But
Not
my
as many.
my point being, for the small price, you gotta think of those who don't have access to internet. You gotta think of those who may not have transportation to make it to the meetings. Their source of information may only be a newspaper coming to the town office or receiving that annual report every year. And I think that this is a way bigger question of a charter change than how we portray information to our residents. Personally.
It's a question of, do you provide it without being asked? If I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah. I mean, what's it gonna say on a postcard? Join us for popcorn and a sing along at the middle school.
No, it's gonna tell them it's
You know what I mean?
available.
Yeah, but if they know it's available, they just don't have the means to access it because they don't have a computer.
They can have one mailed to them.
So instead of mailing up to 10,000 people and 5,000 of them go in the trash, if people don't care, this way people that care have access to it and it's less waste. But
So would,
it's up to you.
Tammy, jumping on what you just said, sorry, my brain is not braining at almost 10:30.
Yeah.
So hopping on what you just said, is it the intent that the postcard would say, if you want a physical copy, call the clerk and the clerk will mail it to you?
Yep.
So we'd have to print a certain number of copies anyway. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yes.
You wouldn't
So
do
I
it
have a
on, you wouldn't
little
do it on
experience
demand.
with
yeah.
it, only because this is the way that the village did it, because they weren't restricted by the charter. That says so. The attorney's, view of the way the charter is written is that we have to distribute the report. And in the village, we actually did a trifold. It wasn't a postcard, but it was like a trifold piece. So there was a lot more information in there. It was basically the annual report boiled down, but you had like a preview of the budget, you had the warning, and you had like a message from so you had a bit more of information, and then you had a piece on there that said contact the office if you wish to have a full report mailed to you, or stop by, pick one up. And it's available online. I mean, it showed all the ways that it's available. And we would get some people come in. They would come in to get them. And we also made them available at town meeting. We also had enough so that we had some there as well, so that people walking in could get a report for those who, didn't call to ask for one. But we would get some. But there is a huge disappointment when you go to the post office and you see all of those reports in the recycle bin. There's a lot that go in there, so, but you get the one person that, may not have otherwise called the town office and asked for it. So I guess there's that point to be made.
So 30 days before is the 1st of February, and we do our warning on
It's tight.
the last meeting of January.
Yeah, it's tight. But if you're doing, a lot of times I've got most of the report ready to go, except for that warning I'm waiting on. I might have a few departments or committees I'm waiting for for a report or two, but most of them have submitted by then. So a lot of times I'm just waiting on that warning language.
And so ballots are 20 days before the election? Is that when?
Yep.
I believe that's when, yeah.
Yeah. So this is just 10 days before ballots are available. Let them know that they can ask for an annual report, so that they would potentially have the annual report before one could
We'd have to have them ready 30 days before, not 10.
it says 30 in here.
Oh, yeah, 30. Yeah,
Yeah,
we would have
yeah.
to have them 30.
Yeah, so if ballots are available 20 days before, and this is available 30 days before, then there's 10 days that you can have, that you have knowledge that there is in an annual report that you can then ask for.
Right.
So that you have your annual report before the first opportunity to vote. Whereas
Correct.
the way it's today, you don't have to give it to them until 10 days before. So a lot of absentee ballots could have been cast in those first 10 days with no way to access the annual report before
Yes.
that time.
That's a valid point, particularly because of the change to Australian ballot for all pieces of your business that you're doing now. So there are some things. And the only reason why the 10 days was in there was because that's the requirement for the informational hearing. And that's a part of it, part of the annual report. So otherwise, if you don't have it published in the annual report, you have to publish it in other places, although we do that anyway. We do both. But that was the idea behind the 10 days. But yeah, everything kind of changes with early voting. Ethan?
I'm just curious what happens when I don't get mail for 2 weeks, like I do frequently.
Yeah. That could affect.
Do I have a legal case?
I don't know.
If I don't get it within 30 days prior to the annual meeting? I don't know.
We're at the post office.
We would be in the
Huh?
same situation with the 10 days. I mean,
With 10 days?
I mean,
If you mailed it in advance?
yeah, I mean, whenever you put a time limit on there, I guess that you're going to be held to whatever that is. But I mean, I do work with the printer. We try to allow a week for mailing. You know, whether just
How much savings is in the postcards? Because now you're using glossy paper instead of flat.
yeah, I don't know. I tried to get a quote on the postcard before I came here. I'd asked. I can get that number though, because Catherine just sent out postcards. I would say she sent postcards out when we were doing public forums for the town plan. So that would have been all to all Essex households. So that probably would give us a good idea of what postcards would cost. But I don't know that. I don't have the number for you right now. I can tell you that's what we spent in postage for. I mean, my guess is it would probably be, it's going to be at least half of that cost.
Ethan, is that something you'd like to come back on the 4th? The cost comparison of current versus
Yeah, I don't care either way. I'm
still
gonna.
printing and.
I think the other thing you could do is even if it's changed in your charter, it doesn't mean that you can't still just say, we want to send all the reports and put it in your budget and send all your reports out. At the very least, you're just changing that minimum requirement of having it distributed to all households. So say you have a leaner year and you really want to make a cut somewhere, and this is the cut you want to make, you would be permitted to do it. You would be able to do it. The charter wouldn't go against that. You can always go above and beyond. You could always put it in your budget and say, we want to spend 10,000 and then dictate how you want it to be out there and when.
But then we would have to do the annual town report in addition to the postcard because the postcard is a shall.
Yeah. Good point. Maybe my brain isn't braining either.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose confidence in the 30 days though, because if we warn on January 27th and we have to have the reports available for people to have in their hands, because this says annual report and the proposed budget shall be made available not later than 30 days. So it has to be available within a week of our warning. Can we do that?
As long as you don't change the number she has on the card 2 weeks before we finalize the number.
That also says notification of the availability, and I would read it as availability of the warning. So you could say the. You could say the
town report should
and
be
the
made
warning.
available. Oh, you're suggesting different language?
No, I'm reading it, and again, it's late, so my brain might not be working either, but notification of the report, and if you imply the notification of the warning of the annual meeting, the notification shall be distributed. So these things will be available on such and such date.
That's the second sentence. The first sentence says that they will be made available not later than 30 days
Right.
before. So it's
So-
requiring you to do both the postcard and have them available 30 days ahead.
Right. But so that's our own restriction, because what the statute is concerned
10
about
days.
on your annual report is your auditor's report. That's what you have to make available.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
legally 30 days. So if you look down at the bottom where it says allows voters of the town to vote to provide notice of availability of the auditor's report to the voters of the town in lieu of mailing, we just happen to put the auditor's report, the warning, we put it all in the annual report. So if you if you send that notification out, I mean, I guess that could be reworded to reflect that, 30 days for this and, I don't know. I guess we could work on the wording on that a little bit to give a little more there, but.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we can actually do what we're saying here, and then
Right.
I am in favor of
Getting it
allowing the
soon.
town to decide whether or not they want us to mail the report to everybody or make it an option to ask for it, rather than just have us decide that.
What if we made the first year's postcard a opt in, opt out? Would you like to get your annual report every year? Yes or no? Yes. I don't
Well,
know.
that would
was-
be an
That
article.
would be much more expensive, I think.
A postcard?
No,
With return?
maintaining the list of who does and doesn't get there.
Like
No, I don't like that idea.
I
Well,
don't
the
think this
article
will
would
pass
be
the
there.
town.
I mean, they would be voting on this article.
Yeah.
So I guess it's pulled out that way, but
We actually have, what, 2 years to figure this out, because it probably won't get voted on by the legislature until
right.
2026, and then it would be 2027 would be the first time we would have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If it passes.
if it passes.
So I guess, and that's the, because I'm like, I'll be blunt, I'm very torn on this one. But I guess that's the underlying question is, do we want to put this out to see what the voters think? And if they like it, they'll vote for it. If not, they'll vote it down.
But I'm a little leery of the 30 days. I
Yeah.
think that might need to.
You could just
have
change
some
this to
scrubbing.
be just the auditor's report and not define it as the annual report. Maybe it's too late to propose something like that. We can't really
I was
wrap our head
gonna say,
around that, but I mean, I gotta think about that too.
Yeah. Do we want to, like, you have concerns about the 30 days. Ethan asked about a cost out. It sounds like I don't feel like
So
we're,
let's come back on the 4th. too,
Yeah.
With those answers.
yep.
You want to ask for public?
Yeah, while I'm jotting down a note, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this one? Kendall, any input?
Yeah, I think we should ask the people what they want to do. A lot of towns have gone this route.
Okay. Any information you would like to see brought back on the 4th, or any specific questions?
Andy summed it up pretty good. The 30 days having the annual report having to go out probably should be changed.
All right, so with that, gonna move along to number 7, which is changing from Department of Real Estate appraisal to assessment.
And that came directly from the assessor.
So at one point, there was a section in here that talked about tax agreements. Has that been, I don't see it in here anymore. Was that dropped? I just want to make sure I'm not missing it.
Sorry, now I don't even know. Yeah, the word "and execute."
But I don't see where.
I don't think I put it in there because I think that was the only proposed change and we took it out, right? Or no, that would still be in there, wouldn't it?
Because there's no mention of tax agreements in here at all anymore,
Okay.
unless I'm blind or not seeing it.
Right, and it's probably because I don't have the entire section in there, if there were no changes in the remaining pieces.
Because that was my concern in here, is there was a version of this that gave the assessor the authority to negotiate and execute tax agreements, which
That was removed.
which I'm not sure. My question was whether that's payment agreements, because tax agreements are lowering people's taxes.
Right.
We do that with businesses to entice
I
them.
followed up on that with Karen and she's, no, we removed that. I don't know how that ended up in the original recommendation, but she said, no, that really shouldn't be there. So we did not, so it's not being recommended.
Okay, thank you. That's my only concern with this section.
Yep.
And it does, Department of Assessment, same power, discharge, same duties, blah, 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 provided for Vermont statutes annotated. So if that is listed in statute, the assessor would have the ability to execute on that. Any clarifying questions from the board before I go to public comment? Okay, I will move to public comment on the assessor. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. What say you? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I think we need to accept that one because it was proposed by the assessor.
And I don't think you have to do it just because Karen put it out there. This goes back to when we first started looking at the charter. I asked all staff to weigh in. These are, Karen, did I say Catherine? I'm sorry. These are Karen's proposals. I don't think she feels they have to be done. I think she saw them as if there's going to be changes made, this is the changes she would like to see. But I don't think it's going to affect her job.
Right.
Or that office.
Yeah, and I think I would also recommend that if before you would say, approve this article, I would say you could have the attorney put eyes on this again one more time, just to really, this has been a little time has lapsed, and also when you're bringing something into a focal point, sometimes the questions bring up different questions. So maybe he'll have, he may say this is just fine, but it might not be a bad idea.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody to get legal eyes on it, bring it back on the 4th? Should be pretty easy peasy. Okay. Post legal. Okay, which brings us to 8 amendments to existing charter. I believe, Tammy, keep me honest, I believe that this was just cleanup. These were not substantive changes.
Right. I don't think, and quite honestly, if there's something in there that you think could be pulled out, because I think I did that twice, thinking that was the last, and then I ended up pulling something else out, thinking that it probably had a little more meaning and should be pulled out. So that's a judgment call on my part. So you certainly could remove something if you think that it should have a separate consideration. But I think the only thing that was brought up after the fact was the time of holding was discussed a little bit, but
oh, right. Yeah, this removes the possibility of going back to a floor vote. It takes it out of the charter.
It takes it out of the charter, and I think that's why I didn't put it in as a separate article, because the town has voted on this already. They've already said they want to go to Australian ballot. Right. And so they've seen that. I think if you put this before them to say, do you want to remove this language, I think it would be confusing. They may even think we already voted on that. I think that the idea behind doing this was a recommendation from Bill, and that was a recent recommendation when I spoke with him in September, was you really need to remove that out of there if you're not using that. So I think even if you bring this to Bill again, he's going to say, yeah, I would take that out. And if the town ever decided to go back to a floor vote, there is statute that tells when and how.
But it requires a charter change to do that, which is a couple-year process.
I don't know as if it would.
I'll print the petition papers.
Because what you would be changing it to.
Oh, okay. We would just default the statute. Gotcha.
Right. Yeah. So it goes to 80, and 80 says that this Australian ballot continues until you vote that it doesn't continue.
I like taking 7:30 o'clock out.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Yeah. That was my favorite part, the afternoon.
That's when I have tea. I don't know.
That's mid.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
late
That's great.
That's true, that we're just defaulting to statute and removing the time requirement. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification.
I appreciate the change of inshore to enshore.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
That sticks out like a sore thumb to me.
I thought so too. Yeah.
A lot of the changes to Vermont statutes annotated in the uppercase, lowercase b thing, I'm ambivalent about whether those are, worth the trouble of having a vote over.
But if it all goes in together as one article, it could be put in there and those changes made. But I do see your point where that could be requested as an administrative change, but if you're going to be doing a change and this is what your article looks like, then that would just be incorporated. And those specific pieces where it just says the board, basically it wasn't a change from selectmen, it was a change from just saying the board. And being more specific and saying this the select board. It's not, so that in just looking at that could be, if somebody wanted to take that out of context, you wouldn't know what board you're talking about.
Okay.
So
could be oak, could be cherry.
It could
Pine,
be any of
poplar.
those things. Birch, yes. that
Yeah,
would go.
birch.
But it
Hey,
could be-
there you go.
But I mean,
Give
if
me
you're
another
just
one.
talking about the planning board in one, in one sentence before or something, this just would add a little clarity to that.
Can we bundle all those together in one question and just say all occurrences of this change to this rather than having to
Yeah, and I think.
Well, I think that's what this does.
scroll through the entire
Yeah.
document?
Yep, this is what this piece does.
Because
This is essentially the this last article that you're looking at is the entire charter. And it's just these non-substantive changes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so,
There is 206, section 206, it talks about the minutes, when the minutes are approved.
Yes.
for the
Yeah,
select
yeah,
board.
yeah.
It's,
Yep.
it's minor, but it has led to instances where we have been in violation of the charter.
yeah,
But yeah, okay.
we've
Yeah.
broken
There,
the
there
law.
could be some objection to making it ambiguous. Because what does as soon as reasonably possible?
Right.
But yeah, you're right. You're right.
I
That's the
think,
other-
I think any reasonable person would look at it, and for instance, on November 2nd, you have your team building event, we're not gonna have the minutes ready for approval for November 4th.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
But, yeah, it's probably
All
not
right.
worth.
Any final board comments, questions? I'll turn it over to the public. Any comment from the public on the general cleanup items? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Is this something that someone would like to make a motion on? Do we want to wait until the 4th?
You just want a motion to approve the general cleanup words? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, do we want to have another legal review of this as well, or does it matter?
I think he's already done that for those. He's already done it, this part of it, Andy.
He has.
Okay.
As far as that was to take out the 7:30 o'clock in the afternoon, all of that was Bill's recommendation just this September. So he just recently looked at that piece. And everything else is, I don't know if that would be worth his review time.
So schedule-wise, we need to warn on November 4th?
You would have to warn 2 public hearings on that, yeah. Or one, you'd have to warn at least one, but you could do both, warn them at the same time.
So December 6th is the last day we can, make changes, right?
Yep, sorry. Last day to file an official copy of the proposed charter. Yes, so you could warn on November 4th. I don't know, what is your December? So you then would have another meeting. You could make more, You still could make changes up until December 6th. There is some language in between the 2 hearings, though. So like if you warn the first hearing, there you do have to wait, and you want to make any changes, you would have to wait 20 days before you made
Okay,
any
we have
changes.
February 12th is the last day to make any changes. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So logistically, does it matter whether we approve them all on the same day for warning? Yeah, okay,
Probably not.
all right.
We just would need to approve warning 2 public hearings on the 4th. I think that's the
Yep.
main thing, so we need to know what we're warning.
Right.
Yep.
All right, so
Motion?
if anybody wants to make a motion, this is chance 1. There's chance 2.
Oh,
I guess I'm confused
Or we
now.
can-
What you just said you were gonna wait till next?
Yeah, I'm just giving folks the option if they want to. If nobody
Okay.
makes a motion, we're gonna wait until the 4th. So not hearing a motion, we're gonna wait for the 4th if somebody wants to do it then.
Okay. So if I'm clear, then this is not going to get reviewed by Bill, but it is going to come back. The final.
The ones he's already checked.
Number 8.
Right.
Ordinance.
It's just the rest of them that they asked.
Right.
about.
Number 8.
Okay.
Then maybe we can do them all with one motion.
So with that, that brings us to the end of our business items, unless we're gonna come back from executive.
I did put on the agenda, it's pretty late, there's not much public left, but the option for discussion and public input about future management of the tree farm recreational facility. We did that at the last meeting, but I put it on the agenda just as one more opportunity if you wanted to take any input from the few folks who are still here.
I apologize that I separated those two.
That's right.
Okay. Is there any public input about future management of the tree farm recreational facility? I'm seeing shaking head, not seeing any hands online. Ethan?
I feel like if we want to get public input on that, we should do it before 10:50 p.m. So I would recommend that we re-put that on the agenda for the next meeting as one of the earlier items.
Yep. Point taken.
We've still got possible DRB appointments.
No, we don't.
Right.
Yes, you do.
We
I
got
have
10 minutes.
I
So
do
I'll
have
say no, we don't.
For you, they're not
It's 10:50.
crucial, but I'd be quick
So
about
we can
the
extend
other
it.
couple things on the agenda. for
Okay.
executive session.
So I'm gonna
10:50.
go ahead to the reading file and just call out,
I wanna get this done.
oh, where did it go?
Should have moved.
For our team building session, Jen Nauer has reached out, if you'd like to have a conversation with her beforehand. She's more than willing to schedule and have a conversation about, what their expectations are, what they would like to get out of that day, to make the best use of our time. So she is open and available to having those conversations. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over for board member comments and the like.
So I think I just missed. Are we not doing any of this executive session stuff? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we will, but we usually, if there's only executive left, we go to reading file.
Sorry, I got
and then-
sorry about that. I just
It's okay,
Ethan's trying to tell me what time it is, and I lost track of where we were. Sorry.
Yep.
I would just like to thank all the town committees that came to the coffee meet there Saturday. It was very good. Awesome discussions.
Good. Yeah, and my parents were in town, so I apologize for missing that event.
I told them they had, third best, and they had to deal with it. That was all.
All right, so yeah, just thanks to David Scopin, Melissa Stewart, folks who have recently resigned. So with that, do we have executive?
I actually wanted to put forth a thank you to the town staff for the quarterly updates and investment information. I found that very enlightening. Thank you.
I'll happily pass that on. Thanks, Kendall.
Well, that's good.
Understanding that it's 8 minutes before, do you have a preference on whether we take a vote to extend now or in executive?
I have no preference. Yeah.
If you go to extend now, it's on the record. We don't have to have Greg write it all out for us.
What do you think you'll need, like half an hour?
Oh, I probably needed 5 to 15 minutes, absolute tops. I know the DRB probably like 5 or 10. I know the DRB is anxious to hear about appointments so that they can start planning. But that's up to you as to how long that takes. My stuff is 5 to 10 minutes tops.
I mean, if we're discussing how long it's going to take a lot longer than 5 or 10 minutes because we haven't even made decisions on how we're going to appoint the people that are all on the appointing commission.
Right, and
So,
yeah, the question is whether we want to vote to extend now or wait 7 minutes and do it.
I make
in-
the motion we extend the meeting to end no later than midnight. Like usually an hour.
no.
Motion has been made. Is there a
It
second?
could get done earlier, Ethan. I'm just saying if you
It doesn't have to
do it
go
away.
Or you can leave.
Right.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. to extend the meeting to no later than midnight this evening. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Executive session motions.
I make the motion that, oh, sorry, oh my goodness. Maybe I shouldn't have extended this. I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the proposed public official appointment in accordance with 1 VSA, section 313A3, to include a town manager and the candidates?
We put that on there just as an option. in case
Oh,
somebody
all right.
else is the
That's
one
what
to
it
talk to,
was.
but no.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Andy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0.
I move that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of contracts would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Second.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Andy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss contracts pursuant of 1 VSA 313A1A to include the town manager.
Thank you, Don. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0.
I think that's, is that all of
There's
them?
one more. I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the negotiating or securing of real estate purchase or lease options in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A2 and to include the town manager and Parks and Rec director?
I think she stepped out. You can leave that on there.
Leave it on there. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Don. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Don, you voted in favor?
Mhm.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0.
Sorry.
We are now in executive.